Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I think this is 3 weeks in a row. We're going for a record now. I'm not sure what the record is, but I'm doing pretty good so far. So last we had left off, you and Chimera Group had begun traveling or continued traveling towards the Bloodlands, towards Concordia, when you had come across a strange area sighted by Persephone from the skies. This area within the forest, the wooded terrain that you had been traveling through since losing uh, the main road. The main road itself had been, well, the path still kind of there, but so well traveled, so often traveled, and not maintained that it had begun to fade into the rest of the natural terrain. An area of dense woods that seemed to be surrounded on its perimeter by a large brambly wall. Around the outside and even amongst the wall itself, you saw strangely colored flowers and fungi alongside other blackened mushrooms and blackened roots and vines that gave off still actively giving off a fairly strong heat. Small craters and scars in the land made it clear you've seen a number of skirmishes, battlefields, and this place held a conflict. You're not sure between whom, between what, as they are no longer there. But definitely some conflict happened here at some point. When it happened, you're not sure. You were, Frederica, you had investigated and looked for horse tracks, seeing if the warden rider that you had encountered a day or two before had passed by here, and seemed to surmise that that was the case. That they had in fact ridden through this strange area, or at least they rode through here either before or after, you're not sure which, this strange area had appeared. You just know that they had come here. You don't know how long this area has been here. Ezekiel, using flaming spheres, scorched his way through, clearing a narrow path through the bramble wall into the forest beyond, noting a strange lighting, the strange lighting that emitted from the other side, as if inside it were a different time of day or had very different tree covering than it does a mere dozen feet away where everybody else is standing. Persephone and Dorgan, the dwarvish ally of Chimera Group, decided to take a look. Taking precautions, you had tied ropes together, making a makeshift harness to fasten to Dorgan and Persephone, and they went in. They began to head off, out of view from the narrow vision that you had looking through this tunnel that Ezekiel had carved. And through your actions, as well as talking with each other afterwards, discovered that something definitely seemed off. There was some sort of difference in real time or perceived time between in here or between outside and inside of this strange area. You're not sure exactly what the difference is. You're not sure if it is just perceived, if it is some sort of actual, real, magically temporal warping effects going on here. You haven't discovered that. All you know is that Persephone and Dorgan seem to think they spent a lot less time inside than you all on the outside understood or know to be true. What else happened? Let's see. Suggestion had taken the sending stone from Bishop and using it to try to contact Soonlar, instead was responded to by what sounded like a small child. And lots of good inter-character conversations happen. But I don't think I'm going to recap all of those. So if anybody else has anything to add... What, you want to add something, Ezekiel? Do you want to recap some things?
No.
Share it with the class.
I found it funny you recapping all of our character dialogue.
You guys talked. Oh, yeah. Let me see. All right, before every session, we are going to fully watch in full our last session. And then
Can we like
proceed.
movie theater 3000 it?
I don't know what that
We
means.
just sit down and heckle it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're just all silhouette. We need to change our characters to silhouettes. And
That'd be wonderful.
Whoa. God, this guy stinks.
Oh, brother. Hey, that's me.
Hey, that's me. So, if there is nothing else, then all of you are standing in this wooded area. The large wall of brambles and thorns, mere feet away from some of you. Persephone and Dorgan, you have just came back. You guys had this conversation. Now you have to decide how to proceed. Kaya, the gold dragonborn. She approaches the tunnel, the wall, and seems to be engrossed by it. She is fascinated, especially considering this recent revelation of the perceived time difference within this area and outside. You hear her whispering, muttering to herself in a way that's like somebody that's theorizing something, going over potential causes, reasons. Opening up a tome that she carries with her and flipping through it as if trying to find, as if it would hold an answer, maybe. The other members of Chimera are around, most of them surrounding Dorgan and giving him questions. He doesn't say anything that you all haven't already heard.
I'm going to approach Kaya, who's muttering, and just ask, have you got any ideas?
I'm not exactly sure. There's certainly something that I could explain it as... There are powerful magics that can, at least temporarily, stop one's perception of time, but not slow it, to my understanding. Or at least certainly not in an area of this scope. If it is in fact the same further in, as from what you said, it did not seem like you had gone too far. Maybe this is just something on the barrier to slow intruders, or it's still difficult to even say whether this is designed or, well, it certainly isn't natural, but we've encountered rifts that have messed with our minds and perceptions in other ways, so it can't be fully ruled out that this is something of that nature. I'm sorry, I don't have answers, just questions. At this point, I'll keep thinking.
Right, so what do we know? We know that we heard weird chirping at the end of the tunnel, which was Fred yelling down the tunnel?
Well, she was yelling, as were a few of us, yes. If that is what you heard, if you did not hear our voices, then, well, it would, if it were, I can't know for sure what it was, but that is logical. It's hard to ask when you heard it, because my when, our when, and yours are different, it would seem.
Oh, it all kind of happened really quickly. You know, there was a tug at the rope, and then there was there some weird chirping noise, and then I was getting violently yanked out. So I don't, like, I guess not violently, it was just very fast, you know, comparatively to how I walked in.
Well, want to walk up. Well, it does seem like does seem like time works differently in there than out here. And we have no way to really prove it yet, but I feel like if we go into that tunnel, we're gonna be there for presumably hours, maybe days before we get out, and it'll probably feel like maybe a few minutes, hours, and I don't know, compared to how long we'll stay in there versus out here.
That's if we were to get out at all. If that
Yeah.
effect only gets stronger the further in you go, well, who knows how long we would be trapped in there. The question right now, before we spend any more time wondering about the nature of this, is whether or not it is even something worth pursuing. If we're just going to go around it and continue our track to Concordia anyway, and we're just wasting time mulling over something that does not matter.
I think the question is if the person who was riding the horse, the messenger, if he went in here, which it appears that he did, how important is that message to us? I mean, because there's no other communication.
Hmm.
Well, we don't know if he came in here when this was here, or if this happened after he rode through. Either way, this is certainly not normal. This is well behind the Asmodeus line. And if it is a threat, if it is a danger, then can we really risk leaving this on our flank? With the Bloodlands to the north and this here, if it gets any worse, if this is something fiendish in nature, well, then it has, or could have, Concordia surrounded. There's no guarantee that if we head in, we'll be coming out, or even if we do, no guarantee that we'll find whatever is causing this and be able to put a stop to it.
I would say that nothing is ever guaranteed. It's really all, you know, well, best guesses, or we can hope that we succeed at things, but you never know what is going to happen.
Sure, but there is a far greater certainty if we go around that we will reach Concordia and reach the Bloodlands, the line, and see what's going on there. That is far more certain than heading into this place and braving
Yeah,
whatever awaits us there.
yeah, I agree because I mean, I know the messenger, the rider with with the message. I mean, he has how many days on us, you think, on horseback?
At least one, maybe two.
All right,
Yeah,
so
realistically, he could have probably made it here if he rode long and hard enough to get here the same day that we saw him.
so I mean, if he's gone as far as to brave this path, I mean, for all we know, maybe was enough to get him to the other side. So I mean, at the very least, I mean, I think we think that there's some sort of time thing going on here. I mean, wouldn't it be better to try to beat him on the other side, hoping that he's at least gone more than halfway through if he's still alive? And then if we still don't find that he's reached um, Concordia, then we can try to go in and see if we can find him and that message.
So you're saying that we go around this and see if we could find tracks on the other side? And then if we don't head in, and if we do, we just ignore this? Either way, this is clearly...
Well, this is my reasoning, right? If time moves a lot slower in there than out here, then we could try to just beat him to the other side.
Was
And
it
if he's
slower
still-
or faster? Oh, sorry, Bishop.
it seemed to move, well, faster in there, slower out here. So I guess that means, more time seemed to pass outside than in. So I
Yeah,
guess we
exactly.
would be moving slower inside.
That's what I'm saying. So we can try to use this to our advantage. If this is really what's happening, then we can try to beat him by getting him to the other side. And if he's still not there, then we could try to cross back in. And
My
then for
point
all
is
we-
not... I don't think that our focus should necessarily be on our rider. While that is important, this right here is important. This is something that... I don't know what it is, but are you getting the feeling that it is friendly? That it is even neutral?
That I can't say for sure. I just know it's magical in nature and definitely
That
weird.
doesn't come out
But
of
it
nowhere.
Well,
This is along this is along the main road. This is a well-traveled place, and we haven't heard of it. This is not something that is just out of the way and a mystery of the world. This is right between Pomona and Concordia.
It felt
Well
like
then,
it was closing in on me, but it wasn't. You know, the part that Ezekiel burned through. When I was there, it felt like it was like going to swallow me almost, even though when I turned to look at the wall, it was still just as far away. I
I
wouldn't.
feel as if
um,
the rider had run into this or ran through it, I feel like something like this would have been mentioned, but it wasn't. I also believe it is a risk that we can ignore, but feels riskier if we do. I think it's better to investigate. Yes, we can see exactly, I guess, where the tracks come from. There are plenty over here, but I went around it. I don't know how long this has been here for, but I'm not against if time moves slower. But I don't know. I don't want to get stuck.
If
I do
we
think
headed
it's-
in there. Any time we spend in there, more time will pass outside. Is what it seems to be.
and maybe somebody at Concordia, if we go around, will know what's going on, and maybe we can work that angle too.
We don't
Right.
even know whether Concordia stands or not. We have no communication with any other wardens. The last message we received was to not trust any magical communication, to not send any magical communication, and to use our best judgment. I don't think it's wise to make a decision that relies on information that might not exist. We have to
Divide
make
and
the
conquer.
decisions.
Divide and conquer. You guys, we need to break up into two teams. already 2 teams, or maybe perhaps a different set of 2 teams, and some of us will go around, right? Wait on the other side. See if there is another side. We don't know how far it goes. I assume you can go around, but perhaps you can't. And some of us go in and try to solve it. And that way we have people out here who know that we're in there and can perhaps find a way to get us out if we can't ourselves.
Not a bad idea. So,
Right. Well,
Because as you said, there might not be any information about this, and this is on the main road between Pomona and Concordia. And of course Concordia is still there. And we're going to get there, but we can't leave something like this for travelers or people fleeing, you know.
yeah. Yeah, you're right. So I guess the question is, who does what?
well, if we are splitting into 2, I feel it only makes sense to split up according to our teams. You are more familiar with yours, and we are more familiar with us.
But that goes without saying. I mean, who's taking the
We'll
blame
head
if we
around.
go around?
We'll head
Alright.
around. Do not go in until we get around. Oh. It might just have to be a risk. We know that we are not under any anti-magic spell, but if none of you are opposed to breaking an order from the legatus, we'll contact you when we get to the other side. Tell you if
Okay.
we could find any tracks or whatnot. And if we can, then, well, I guess, well, either way, I suppose we'll figure out where to go from there.
I appreciate your thought, but there's another one, and that is maybe there's a team of us that is more uniquely suited to venture forth into this mysterious forest of whatever it is, and it may not be just Chimera or Kieran. And also, if we're a mixed group on the inside and the outside, well, it's more motivation to make sure that, nobody gets left behind.
Are you saying that we would leave you?
I'm saying that if some of you were with us, and some of us were with you, there would be much motivation on everybody's part to make sure that those who go in come out. I'm not implying that you would definitely, I'm just saying, you might think of something that you might not have thought of. And, I don't know who exactly is the best suited for this, because I don't know what's in there, but
Well, if we're not sure who's best suited, then
So we're jumping to the answer of we're certainly all going to be investigating this. I'm not sure if that's the best approach at all. I am with Nilo on this one. I think that if we should circumvent it, save it for later. If we are going to go in here, spend who knows how much time in there, and who knows how much time passes out here in the meanwhile, well, we might have just then lost our chances at getting to Concordia. Who knows what's going on up there? I say we stay the course. You can see amongst Chimera, they seem split. Some of them are more interested, curious, and even think that it's best to investigate this place. They don't want to leave it and move on because it could potentially pose a threat. If it expands, if who knows what's in there, if whatever's caused this.
Could you remind me again about the tracks that we saw? And is it just leading in, leading out? I'm sorry, I forgot.
There are tracks that lead in and through the horse tracks. The other tracks around are just like a number of different tracks, other horse-looking tracks, and other footprints of different creatures. It seems from the battle, but there is a fresher set of tracks that seems to be going straight in. That ends at the wall pretty much because when you
but it's
where you were
going and nothing coming
investigating
out.
nothing coming out, not from this side, no.
I think we should all check the other side before we make any decisions. It seems like there is a lot of activity around here, and who knows what's on the other side. But I don't think we should leave this unattended. We are wardens, and it is our duty to protect the land. If this is a potentially dangerous thing, and it is our best interest to, make our own decisions, as we are told, then perhaps it is best to interfere with this.
You can see some nodding along. Kaya, Meryl, and Dorgan definitely seem like they're on the side of let's go into this place. Reginald and Nilo, they are more on the Concordia thing, and Otir currently seems kind of either down for anything or on the fence. No which way.
And just from kind of where we are and maybe 20 paces back and forth, does it seem like it's like a round area, or does it seem like it's a straight line?
From what Persephone had seen from the sky and reported, it did seem like it was an area, like it grew outwards from something.
Okay, so it's more like roundish, but not
Yes,
maybe exact.
roundish. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should split into two groups, but to go on either side, see what is around this whole thing. Maybe there is some strange thing that we would miss.
I understand that. I understand your point, Persephone. That maybe if we mix up the groups, we have more motivation. But I think in a situation like this, where there's so much unknown, kind of got to keep as much of what you do know as possible, and mixing in together, not really knowing how we would mesh together or even know our abilities. I mean, I don't think it's a recipe for success. I think we're better off sticking with our own teams and just deciding who's gonna go do what.
I sort of disagree with that. I feel like if there's any time to learn our abilities more well suited for each other, it's to do it now. I think mixing the group might
I shall team with Frederica.
So I think mixing the group might be beneficial. But I agree with what Francesca said. Maybe we should probably check around the area as well. And I don't know. It was just okay. Anyway.
Pointless in my
Ezekiel's gonna walk up with Melody at his side.
Okay.
We kind of don't want to go in there. I overheard what you guys were talking about, and her and I discussed. There's something wrong with that place. I don't think it best for.
That's exactly why we should go in there. There's something wrong where we're headed. There's something wrong at our original destination. You're not going to call the Bloodlands, right? Are you? There was something wrong. There's something wrong everywhere we go. We go specifically where things are wrong. That is our job. That is our calling. That is why we do what we do.
You're right. But
we've got
is it best
Nilo,
that we split?
Ezekiel, Melody, and I'm sorry, I don't think I got her name.
Who?
Gesturing at the guy in armor with the fire in his hand.
Reginald.
Reginald, right? I'm Persephone. So we've got you volunteering to go around that group, right? And I don't know who else.
Convoluted. Split the party, Emily. So split the party.
It is a matter of time on the outside, and it is not something that will affect me. Perhaps I am best on the outside rather than the inside. I
Well,
don't need
all I
to
can say is
eat
that
or
I know you're
sleep.
saying that Zeke, you're saying that Melody's not trying to go in there, but she didn't say anything herself. I don't think it's up to you to decide what she wants to do.
Maybe I also just don't want to go, Bishop. I mean, yeah, maybe Zeke has a point, you guys. And she's just like pondering whether she even wants to go in or not as well.
All I'm saying is the decision is yours. It's definitely up to you, not what someone else says.
Well, like I said, we were talking about it a second ago. Yeah, I'm not
Would
just.
you have just gone round Silver Lake if you had the choice?
No.
No. No, I suppose not.
I'd heard stories of it from those that I knew from Silver Lake. And you recall Dorgan did. He's from Silver Lake.
Yeah.
And how it all started, at least what the wardens had said, started with something small, something innocuous that could have been stopped. A sickness, a contagion that maybe got overlooked, ignored. Maybe it was seen and someone decided it wasn't worth looking further into. That it wouldn't be a threat. That it would pass. That there were more important things.
We went into the swamp there to investigate it because people were ill. We just didn't know how quickly, we went to find a cure for it.
Well, and you weren't the first that were on site there. You came after the initial sickness took hold. 'Twas well in the making. By the time people started getting sick, I imagine. Either way, if this were somewhere further out the way or some strange thing in the middle of the Bloodlands, I might have a different thought on it. But right here, smack dab on the road between Pomona and Concordia, if this spreads, if this is some sort of bastion for fiends, well, they're in a prime position right here. If Concordia is still there, and I wholly believe it still is, if the line still holds, well, we know that they need supplies, they need soldiers, gear, food, water, and all that comes in through this road. Well, through where this road once was.
Right. And as for Silver Lake, you're right. It looked incredibly dicey by at least the second time we went back with the cure. And yet all of my group still went for it. I
Yeah,
at least have the opinion that we should all go around or all go in. We don't know what type of situation this is. Maybe having a numbers advantage would be better.
Perhaps. Well, again, we could head around, Chimera and I, and we could see if we find any tracks going on, just to have that answer. Then maybe we could either make the trip back round or create an opening on the other side, the northern side. Then we can enter from different directions.
Kaya speaks up.
We would have to
Oh.
coordinate it then. If we are to go in, it should be round the same time, as close to at the same time as possible, due to the dilation that happens. We don't know if magical sending works within that area, but if it does, it would be a way for us to stay in communication, us from the northern side, Kirin from here.
Perhaps. There is another way, Melody, if you would be willing, of course. I don't want to presume if you're up to it or not, but we could have a small group go to see if there's another way around, by way of Great Eagle back, I guess. And then I could relay information to you if we are willing to use the sending spell. If that is, if you are willing.
Well,
It would be the quickest means that we have.
sure. As long as you make it quick, then I'm okay with splitting just for a few.
And if I may recommend a small group, Persephone, do you still have the capability of not
Oh my god.
letting us die from falling?
No, I'm not
I need
going. No.
fair.
You couldn't pay me enough gold to do that. There's no sum
Well,
on this material plane that could make me ever do that again.
you know what?
Persephone.
You're more than fair. And I broke, so I guess I really don't have the gold for it. So, yeah,
Wait,
I'm
whoa,
gonna
whoa!
ask-
What did I miss? What exactly are you? What is being recommended? What's wrong,
I'm
Persephone?
asking. Oh,
He's asking Melody to fly some people around to the other side.
it would be the quickest means that we have, and I just need someone.
Volunteer if you not excitedly,
Absolutely
but I
not.
volunteer.
No, you're not allowed.
Absolutely,
No,
that's the
absolutely
quickest
not.
way.
No.
You do not
No.
tell me what to do or how
Nobody's
I
getting
do
all
things.
that.
You are not
No.
my mother, Persephone.
I don't care.
Anyway,
You're
Melody, I think it's
sobbing.
an excellent idea.
You know, I just
Do you
want to
not
say
remember?
it's kind of crazy how you can't trust your teammate to fly you around, but you can trust devils to make contracts. And besides that, I just want
They
to look
haven't tried to
to
kill
everyone
me.
else.
You know, that's it.
Those ones. Those ones haven't tried to kill you, right?
Yes, those ones specifically. This one has.
Oh
You know
my
what?
god.
Touche.
Melody, do you have the spell
anyway.
prepared?
Yeah, of course they do.
All
I
right,
would
well,
like to look
Ezekiel,
to
since
the,
you're
the
so
rest of the group. Does anyone have the capability of not letting us plummet? A spell
oh
that
my
stops us from
goodness,
falling to our
stop
death.
being so dramatic.
No,
She's a
you
part
don't
of our
understand.
team.
You don't
I
understand.
understand.
Every
I've
time-
been up there before.
Frederica.
Every time
she
we
tried
went
to
on her
kill
back-
you the last time you were
Oh
on her
my
back.
gosh, and
I
tried
stopped
to,
it.
It's fine.
I caught you. I stopped
I
it.
think
But
I think
it
that's
still
kind of
happened.
that's
Inspired.
hyperbole, right? She wasn't trying to kill you. That's,
No,
She
I-
was
I-
ever
not
the
trying.
case.
Melody.
It was death.
Okay, well,
arguable.
Try or try
Melody,
not.
do you
It
want to
happened
kill
2
me?
times in a row out of the 2 times we done it.
Third time's the charm.
For Frederica, what?
Exactly. I'm sold.
Third
Listen,
time's the
let's prove
charm.
them wrong, Melody. If you want, of course.
Please. I'm gonna look to the other group. Please, does anyone have a spell that would stop us from dying if we hit the ground?
Let's go,
I mean, you don't gotta
Frederica.
go if you're gonna be a
Let's
dick and
prove
shit about it.
everyone wrong that I try to kill you guys. Let's go.
Oh,
I think I have
Okay.
room for one more.
You know what?
Francesca.
you know what?
Oh, okay.
I have a way to stop us from dying. Now that I think about it, I'm gonna start like. Let me see if I have. Let me see if I have
Oh
what is
boy.
it? Death word prepared. I have death word prepared. We could
Oh my goodness
Let's
gracious.
potentially not die.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
I
This
was
one-
about to
this way-
recommend if speed
Oh
is
dear. Oh dear,
of
friend.
the essence.
Oh
Oh.
dear.
Speed is good.
You like Frederica, don't you? You'd like her alive.
Huh?
Could you
What?
please help me tie her up?
What?
Well, I wouldn't say that, Utir.
If you touch me, I will hurt all of you, except for Persephone.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I couldn't tie her. No, I couldn't do that.
I think I heard someone with the voice of reason speaking. What you said, a faster method?
Well, if this is the quick method of going to the other side and discovering whether or not our rider went through, then you should take somebody who is adept at finding such tracks. I was going to recommend Dorgan go on with you. However, I'm not too keen on losing him after hearing this conversation. I'm a bit
Okay.
lost.
Well, listen.
All right.
I have a way. It's not a nice way, but I have a way for us
Oh my
to
god.
not die. We will still
Ezekiel.
live even if we plummet to the ground. It's just gonna really hurt. So if you're willing to do that and you're willing for a little bit of pain and not dying, then I can do that. It's just I was hoping if anyone had a way to stop us from plummeting and dying.
I have Featherfall,
Oh,
but I don't trust her, and that's it. Like, I can't. No.
Well, if you have Featherfall, that would be the.
Frederica is going to walk towards Melody, ignoring whatever Ezekiel said. Well, I mean, if you're going to do it, you might as well do it now.
Wait, what are you talking about? About killing you guys? What?
No,
what did you-
don't kill! Oh my goodness, I'm talking about
this is
doing
what
that
I'm
thing that you
talking
did
about.
before! Oh my god.
Right, of
Death
course.
on the brain.
Yeah, right. Here goes nothing, and then she's just like, kind of like spread eagling her arms, if that's even a thing, and she.
I want to walk up to Melody and put Death Ward on her because I'm pretty sure I have to be in touch range.
Yep.
So I'm gonna
Sure.
place a Death Ward.
Excellent.
All right, who wants to go? Frederica, you said you were willing to go, so if you plummet and die, that's you won't die.
I'm only going to blame you.
I'm gonna put Death Ward on Frederica too. I'm gonna tap her
Oh
on the
my
shoulder.
goodness.
You have my blessing. You have my grace. By Helm's
Oh my
grace,
goodness.
may you be protected. By the
And
will of Helm.
so we
And then,
polymorph.
boom, Death Ward.
Yes. So.
I
Melody
imagine the Death
polymorphs.
Ward has like a golden handprint where I touch them. So, on their shoulder.
Okay. Sounds good. Room for one more.
Room for not me.
I've done my part, says Ezekiel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess I'll go too. Fuck it.
Fuck.
Helm's
Alright, but I'm
speed
sitting
and
in the
Helm's
front.
Grace.
This is.
I'm gonna place my hand on
So
his shoulder too. Death Ward.
I don't have words to express the level of frustration and idiocy I see in front of me right now. But go on, enjoy your deaths.
They
They're
won't
warded,
die
though.
by Helm's
Yeah,
grace.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't care. I'm walking
we're
away.
not gonna
I'm-
die. We're actually gonna.
All right.
All
You're
right.
prepared. You're set. Do you need anything? Do we need bandages? I actually have a. I'm gonna
I've
start
packed
like
some
rummaging
extra
through my
tofu in your bags.
pack.
I just
Gonna
go
be
up to
fine.
Ezekiel and just start calling at him.
I don't understand what you're saying right now. Don't you caught me.
Caught me.
Actually, can I use it? I'm gonna use comprehend languages to understand what she's saying.
That's not a thing.
She
What
speaks
do you mean? I
Morse.
have
Comprehend
comprehend languages on Fey Touch.
Comprehend languages is you can speak with animals for that.
Well,
It's great.
Giant eagle.
Yeah.
Alright,
giant eagles
Giant
speak
eagle is a
Orin
language
because
for some
they're
reason.
That's not a
special.
Orin, yeah, special. No, she's just yelling caw. She's not yelling words.
She's chilling call the whole time.
Are you seriously just cawing at me?
Well, actually, if you can understand me, of course. Actually, I was calling you chicken, but I started cawing afterwards. So, caw, chicken, Caw.
You know what?
Caw.
Chicken.
As everyone else is just hearing her caw at me, I just point at her and I go, "You bird brain! You stop cawing at me!"
You chicken! And I just start like moving my wings really fast.
I
Chicken!
am not a chicken. I
Chicken!
am not a chicken.
Then why don't you
Hmm.
ride, huh? Chicken!
I'm still rummaging through my pack and I'm just looking at that while I'm yelling at her that I'm not a chicken.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right. So
All
with
right, here.
12 levels of spells used very wisely.
Absolutely. I also want to hand. I'm gonna hand Frederica my. Let's make sure I have this. I want to hand her my 7 uses of healers kit.
Oh my god.
All right. If
That's crazy.
anything goes wrong, I use it. Quite frankly,
So you got Melody, Bishop, and Frederica ready to go. Ezekiel up there doting on them, casting all of these Deathward things for the relatively short flight that it is to the other side of this area. Persephone's walked away. Chimera's, probably just watching. So, Suggestion and Francesca, you two are kind of off on your own, and you have no idea why this level of precaution is being.
I mean, I have a good idea.
Actually,
It involves the bard.
Yeah, we're not that dumb. We're pretty in tune, I think, with Melody's brain.
I've
We may
seen
have
what
just
she
gotten
can
here,
do.
but yeah. I've only been here for like 5 minutes, but I already know Melody is up to some bullshit.
I'm eating
Alright.
my metaphorical popcorn.
just little bits of tofu.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't even need to eat, but, it just feels like something I should be doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so searching for abnormalities, entrances, maybe signs of conflict, demons, devils, all that jazz. Fine, I suppose.
Alright, so. Up and away. Giant Eagle, Melody with Frederica and Bishop in tow ascend. Melody, are you flying directly over this area? How are you getting there? Let's say that this circle is the area, and all of you guys and your friend, you're on this side. And you're trying to get to... Let's make a different color. You're trying to get to this side. How are you doing that? It's a crazy puzzle, I know. But...
I guess I'll go over and then right and then to the left and then no actually hold on I think I'll fly over to the other side. Yeah.
Draw me your route, please.
Oh boy.
One more thing for Melody I'd like to mention.
Is north. Mm-hmm.
Melody, if you feel any strange or see anything yourself, maybe call twice for danger or weirdness. Call once for freedom. I don't know.
Freedom. Call once for freedom, twice for danger. What?
Solid plan.
Do you have anything else to offer?
Let us go fly west.
Okay. You're flying around this side. Are you keeping away? Are you cutting over it a little bit? Just so right now, as you're flying up above the tree line, it's kind of hazy. It's fuzzy. The further in you look over this area, you can tell where the area is sort of with your keen eyes looking down. You could glimpse parts of that meandering bramble wall that encapsulates this area, and the trees and the foliage within it are much more dense than the wooded area outside of it. But further in you look, like closer towards the center of that, the more hazy and fuzzy even your giant eagle eyes get. So you can't really make out many details of that area from the perimeter that you're flying around.
Hmm. How interesting.
Oh, interesting. All right, let's go. Hold on, I need to stack my toys. All right. Continuing around. Could you make a perception check for me, Melody?
Ooh, yes. Let's see. Perception.
Giant eagle perception check.
Giant eagle, giant eagle. That's what you gotta be kidding me. No, no.
It's hold on. I think it's her. I think it matches her stats, but
Does
But it gets advantage because eagle is that key 9?
yes, that's it. So
I
it's
think so.
your stats with because you keep your no. She is a giant eagle.
Yeah, she's a giant
Poly-
eagle. It just so happens to line up, I think.
Oh, it does line up. Okay, it just
Hold
happens to
on.
line up.
Wait,
Got
let me
it.
check. I could be
Yeah.
lying. Hold on.
No,
Give me a sec.
she.
So wait. Do I still get advantage? Do I still get advantage? Please say.
You do get advantage, but we have to.
I'm gonna go
Figure.
on a limb here and say a giant eagle is probably more wise than Melody.
It has
Like you're applying logic and reasoning and truth to this, but the stat sheets say different things, right?
Yes.
So-
that's true.
its skill says that it has perception +4.
Yes,
and
so you
its
get plus
wisdom
4,
modifiers +2. But
plus 4. It's
perception
plus
plus-
4 with advantage.
Yeah, perception +4. Yeah.
Oh, so that'd be okay.
Also, it's one less than what you have now.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Because we leveled up. That's right. I forgot. The
'Cause-
level
yeah,
up matters. Yeah.
Proficiency.
Oof.
Yeah,
Wait,
proficiency.
She's proficient in perception?
She is. Yeah.
Why?
But
Heck yeah.
Why? Because she's an elf, half
Because-
elf, half elf superior.
Because
Superior.
it's perception.
Because perception checks happen often.
Yeah, because perception.
So what is it?
Broken race.
Oh, look,
so,
16. Nice.
Yeah, 16. You didn't want to know the first one. The first one was terrible. They call it Lucky 7, but that wasn't so lucky.
So, what is your intent? Is your intent to stay around the perimeter? Or are you going to try to see something over the area, or are you trying to not fly over the area? What is your intentions, Melody?
Fly to the other side for sure, so I guess I would go and fly over if it takes me faster to the other side.
Cutting across would certainly be faster, yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. So Melody Giant Eagle begins to. At first, she kind of took off and started flying around Bishop and Frederica. You could see below the wall getting smaller and smaller as you fly above the trees, maybe about 50, 60 feet up, perhaps. Not too crazy far up. But she's kind of been swooping around. And then she starts to turn and bank and angle and start to fly towards the area and towards, over the area.
So, is outside of what Melody sees, is there anything that we can pick up from the ground, from where we are, like tracks or some other form of entrances, or is it just a bunch of trees and then it gets denser?
Through the
Within
in the
three,
area, you cannot see through the canopy. You cannot see through the tree line, the treetops to the ground.
But what about
Occasionally,
the
you'll get
perimeter
glimpses.
of it?
Well, on the western perimeter where you are right now, no, you
Mhm.
don't see anything really. It does look similar to where you guys were on the south, as far as you can see dots of color that you squint your eyes and see are like the mushrooms or flowers, and you can see the long lines of the vines and tendrils that you had seen, and so it looks similar in that regard. This kind of battle between this color and darkened decay, basically, but no tracks that you can make out from this height.
What do you think, Bishop? Should we ask Melody to go a bit lower? I can't see too much from up here.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt to get a little bit closer, see if we see anything weird.
So Melody's flying out, like she's turning to fly out over the tree line, over the area.
So she's just above the tree line?
Well, right now she's like, you guys are flying and you're flying over, like, you can see that bramble wall from the area of like the less dense, not really affected wooded area into the affected area. She's beginning to fly over that now. She just crossed over the bramble wall.
Melody, I would be cautious about going over too much. If you feel a little bit weird, don't be afraid to pull out or pull away. You don't know if there's going to be an effect going above it either. I don't feel strange though, and I don't hear or see anything like the others did when they were going through it. You?
Huh?
You guys don't feel weird, no? Like,
Not yet.
so she just you guys are flying over it now, about 60 feet over. You can see occasionally see like glimpses of like through the trees, but from this height and with how dense the treetops are through the leaves, you can't really see through the leaves. Not even you, Melody, and even with your eagles, as I said, there's like this unnatural fuzzy or haziness about things that are at the like end of your vision, or like even before the end of your vision, it seems. But some of that clears up as you get closer to some things. It seems it's definitely a strange thing. Like your eyes are involuntarily blurring themselves.
Am I able, like, based off me using detect magic like earlier and like kind of sensing and feeling the weird feelings of the magic, am I able to like just sense something similar just now just by flying over the area and
Without
like,
having
maybe
detect magic active? No, you can't see or detect magic without your detect magic.
So it's completely imperceptible without like, yeah. There's no weird feeling that
Well,
one
the
would get.
detect magic isn't really a feeling. It's like you literally like you gain the vision and you can see
Okay.
things that have a magicalness about them. Right?
I see. Okay. So so my eyes, as I'm looking at this, it just looks like a regular forest.
Looks like a forest, but like near the trees and like out, like further out. Like if you're looking directly down, it looks like kind of just a regular dense forest. If you start to pan your vision up, and so that you're looking further away, it starts to get blurry and hazy.
Okay, down, normal, looking forward and away, blurry.
Yep. And then if you
Further
look
out,
back, yeah, if you look back, areas that were once clear to you when they were closer are now getting blurry as well. But only in the area. It's very strange. It's like this entire thing has like a blur filter over it. This area does.
Okay, so we can only see like in our immediate vicinity. I think as things get farther away, they get blurry. Is that
Yes.
what it is? Like
Yep.
like a fog haze.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
huh.
But you're also pretty high up right now. Anyways.
Can I would like to get closer, to like where even if it's still hazy and foggy,
Mhm.
I'd like to get closer, even
All right.
despite the conditions.
So you guys are not quite like in the middle of this area yet, as Melody is flying in, but you are certainly like at this point more than 100 feet beyond the wall, the bramble wall. And so still heading in a northeastish direction towards the north side, Melody begins to fly in a little bit lower. How far above the trees do you want to go? Like as close as possible, a certain distance away? What do you want to do?
I do want to get as close as possible if we can do that.
Okay. So she flies down, you get as close as possible from your position here. Each of you notice the effect of that blur on your vision extends now pretty much to the horizon. Like the trees go on a lot further than you would expect. The closer you get to the tree line, it seems like the perimeter around you is extending, growing, expanding. Like your perception is getting warped, stretched.
The closer we get to the what the okay.
Yeah, so like you could like when you were high up, like you could see like think about just your normal like your vision, your perception. As you're high up, you can see like the sort of the perimeter of the area, right? As you get actually the tree line would seem to get well not further away, it would take up more of your vision, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That effect is happening more rapidly than you would expect, as if as you're going down and as that effect of the tree line seeming to get like further towards the edge of your vision, it seems to be growing and rapidly expanding as you're doing that as well.
Is it kind of like that
Okay.
movie effect where they like move the camera in but zoom it out at the
Yes.
same time?
It's kind of like it's like that movie that like you're like the camera's panning out and the subject of the focus of the shot is getting is like moving away at the same time.
Okay, so
right now, looking around, you still have that like right below you as you're flying over. You can see the treetop and it's fine, but then the further out you look, the blurrier it gets. But now all of the treetops around you, for as far as you can see, are blurry to the point where at the end of it, it kind of makes you a little bit dizzy. Like as you look towards the horizon,
Okay.
you
Melody.
can't see out of the area anymore.
yeah. Melody, pull up. There's something weird happening.
So you begin to pull up. Back at not camp, but the other side. You guys doing anything?
Meanwhile,
Ezekiel. Meanwhile, Kid and group, well, the others,
The others, like the Powerpuff Girl announcer.
meanwhile, at the forest, it's the forest.
it's like the old Justice League. Meanwhile,
Yes.
at the
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
at the Fortress of Solitude.
yeah.
Dude, no, that's what it is. No, that's perfect. What is everyone else doing?
Ezekiel's like,
I know
oh,
this.
did I give them enough stuff? Are they going to be okay? Oh, maybe someone should check on them.
Ezekiel is quiet on his knees, kind of away from everyone else, with his helm symbol tight in hand, praying. He's so extremely worried that he just sent them all to their deaths. He's like sweating.
Sent them all to their
profusely.
deaths by recommending Melody fly them somewhere.
It was the quickest way. It was the quickest way.
It's a suicide mission.
Help protect them.
You know,
I'm just.
if they don't come back, it is your fault, Ezekiel.
I don't need to hear that. I'm gonna keep praying
It's
even
all your
louder now.
fault. Because you didn't just come with the idea, because I could fly over by myself. I don't need someone to fly me.
How can you fly?
Because I can, and then I do.
But I've seen you become slime. I've never seen you grow wings. I'm sorry. I didn't know that you could just do that now.
Well,
I
she
don't know
was
what
doing
you
that
can
before. She was doing that earlier. She
did
did
that
that last
flew
session.
up to
Yeah.
the top of the wall and looked over. What were
I
you
wasn't
doing?
paying attention.
I wasn't.
So
I'm
you've
not
just.
gonna lie.
I can't even. And then what you said. Like, how could you. Never mind. We're not speaking.
Okay, I'm gonna keep praying.
You know, if someone wants to go, it's not flying, but I could throw you. Imagine you'd get pretty far.
Who is he saying this to?
Just in general, just the group, just everybody.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna look over for a second and then go back to pray.
Are you serious, Otia?
Yes, why wouldn't I be? I'm actually quite insulted that I wasn't thought of first when this idea was hatched.
Kaya kind of narrows her eyes at him, like not studying him, curious. Like, is this guy real? Is this a real person I'm looking at right now? So, how long do you think it will take them to get to the other side? Actually, 1 second. One person should know that. And Nilo goes up to Persephone. Well, up until recently, I suppose you were the have an idea of how large this area is. How long do you think it will take them to get to the other side?
I mean, that's assuming she doesn't dive bomb into the center of it.
Alright, assuming that that's not the case. How large was it?
It wasn't tiny, but it shouldn't take them too awfully long to traverse it. But I don't know what, if anything, they're able to see, and they're not able to communicate anything back to us until they actually return back. So, yeah, this
I
is...
could reach out to them. Your cleric boy has a way to do that, yes? I guess I'm being paranoid. I should just wait for them. Well, actually, why would we send... Can any of them reach out to us when they get to the other side in the first place?
No.
What the
Exactly. Nobody listens. Nobody listens.
Alright, well, I guess it'll be a while then. I'm going to go... gather my strength. Minutes pass. About 15 minutes pass. So, are they going to examine the other side and then return? Is that what we're waiting for? To see them flying over the trees back to us?
Ask the mastermind of this plan, because I have no idea.
Yo.
Because they've no way to communicate with us, even if they do plummet into there. So it's probably, I imagine, it feels like it's been an eternity. I know it's only been about 10 or 15 minutes, but it seems like we should have seen something by now, because it didn't look that big, and I guess I'll go look.
Thorgan seemed to have the same idea as he's listening in, and he was putting his weapons down, and looks like he was about to climb up a tree. Or he's actually in the middle of climbing a tree now. Stubby dwarvish limbs at work.
I could ask them how they are. I'm gonna take a second away from praying. I'm still doing it.
That's genius! You really are a mastermind! I would have thought of that.
Standing is a great spell.
I appreciate you.
It gives you
Um,
both parts of the cell phone that you need.
If someone wrote a letter, I could probably throw it to the other side.
He could definitely do that. This guy, he's great at throwing. I'm gonna use the
Otia.
sending spell.
Got it. Alright. Otia, you are a mastermind.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna send to Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Actually, I'm gonna send to Frederica.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. Fred, are you okay over there? Let me know what you guys are seeing.
Alright. So, Fred, you receive the message.
Gonna like jolts, expecting to receive anything at all.
Mhm.
Come to think of it, and I'm speaking to Bishop and Melody.
No.
You
Oh,
guys have a way to send a message back. I mean, Ezekiel just messaged me, but I don't think we found anything. How long does this last? When do I need to reply?
You got a little bit. Just make sure it's concise, but don't wait too long. But you can take a moment to collect your thoughts. I mean, as far as we see, it's just like everything's warping around us, even in the forest on the top. I guess that's all we got for now, though. It's hazy. If we get too far,
Actually, that's a
Did
good
we?
question.
We should
Ben,
need.
I have a question really quick.
Yes.
With the sending, because some people I send to take like minutes to get back to me.
Do they?
How long do they have? They might have the sending spell, I guess, but how long do they have to respond?
I don't think anyone's ever. I've had them take minutes to get back to you, like maybe up to like a minute or so. But
Okay.
it says they can answer in a likewise manner.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will respond with whatever knowledge we have, which is nothing.
So Frederica responds with nothing.
We
You get no answer.
no.
Oh God,
we-
the sisters are dead.
They're dead.
God.
They're dead. Ah!
They're dead.
We have flown a bit over it. Everything seems to be a bit distorted, but we're not in it. I shall request a bit more time. I didn't think it through. Send another message in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Ezekiel, you don't get that message?
Oh.
no fuck.
Oi! Someone else come take a look at this! A voice, Dorgan from up in a tree.
I'll go.
Are we just like suspended in midair?
So, Persephone, you get up, and as you go over the trees, you look out. Could you make a perception check for me?
That's a 16.
Looking out over the area, scanning the skies, you can see the giant eagle Melody with Frederica and Bishop on her back. Looks like Melody is flying like lower, beginning like a descent towards the top, the treetops. Mid-flap, unmoving,
Okay.
still to your eyes.
Oh fuck.
Why are they there? I thought they weren't going around. Why are they there? I don't understand. Do you see this as well?
I think it's hard. It gives me a bit, makes my eyes go cross when I look at it too much. Sometimes it blurs. My eyes go watery. Does that? He points out towards as well, and you look again, and with your perception, with your eyes, even though it is blurry, even though it is hazy, it does look like Melody's wings are in a slightly different position than they were when you had first looked, and if you stare out 10-20 seconds, it doesn't look like they're still, but they are moving in extremely slow motion from your point.
Okay. Persephone, claps her hands against her face and is like, nope, don't have time. All right, I have to go. And, I don't know. Will you look after I'll go tell my group really quickly. Anyway,
Hold on, you gotta. I think you need to breathe a bit. Let's go down and break the news to everyone together. No more hasty decisions. All right. We don't know what we're going into. Obviously, I understand it's kin, but you can't have you going off and getting stuck yourself. Others in Chimera, after hearing Dortigan call down, begin to gather at the base of the tree that he had climbed up to scout, and he shimmies and makes his way back down as Persephone listlessly, or quickly probably, flies back to the ground, landing and nearly stumbling and crashing as she does. Her eyes a bit panicked.
They're right at the top of the trees, and they're not moving. They're just frozen in midair.
Well, what is the plan? I mean, we can't just barge in there. The time will mess with all of us. We cannot just make some rash choice to run in. You saw what happened when you went in on the rope.
Ezekiel, how long does your spell last?
And what time does it go according to? Out here or in
Ezekiel,
there?
how long does your
Um,
spell last?
The sending spell? Or the
It-
death ward?
No, the one
It
that
lasts
keeps
for
them
8
from
hours.
dying.
It's
Do you
8 hours.
Do you think it'll take that long for them to... They're going to fall within an hour. Because that's how long... About an hour. Then they'll start to fall. How many... I don't
And-
know the rate. I don't know how to
Ezekiel's
calculate it.
gonna get up from the
Let's
praying position.
let's not think about details like that. We don't know what rules apply here. We have not tested that. For all we know, it could be an hour from their perspective, or we don't know if they're going to fall, if the time lasts out here, or what it is.
Infinite
We need to
flying
make the
time.
choice whether we go in now or not. It's been about 5 minutes since you had sent the sending spell, Ezekiel, long after any time that you've long since said, okay, I'm not getting an answer. You get the response from Frederica.
Does it come in like normally?
It comes in exactly as you would expect it, except it's now like 5 minutes after you had cast the spell.
Okay. I don't know if this. Well, I think it'll help. I just got a response back from Frederica. She said that they haven't really noticed nothing prominent yet, except there seems to be weird kind of warbles from what she said. It looks weird.
Well, we know that something weird is going on.
But from their perspective, they said that everything's fine. They just haven't seen anything that gives complete answers. So
She also said to
it doesn't.
text back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, she told me to send back in 10 minutes, but um, I sent to her 5 minutes ago. So I don't know how time passes over there. But they didn't say they were falling, so I don't think that they're gonna plummet.
He
That's
didn't
a good
say
thing.
they were
don't
falling. Hey, how are
understand.
you guys?
Time
Oh,
is
just
moving
falling. Other than that, we
differently.
can't see anything.
Time is moving
That's
differently.
reassuring.
It's not the same there as it is over here, but it's still moving for them. But at a different... I don't understand. I don't know how it works. I don't know if it matters that the spells were cast here, or if it interacts with that. Like, there's too many...
Well,
Alright, calm down. You were in there with me, Persephone. We've seen it.
and my magic.
We might
preschool
let's.
too.
We have one thing we do have when it comes to them is time. We can think this through, and mere seconds would have passed by the time we've had a full, well thought out discussion about how we should proceed. We do not need to be hasty with this. They're not going anywhere. Well, not fast, at least.
And perhaps I don't know if this would be of any comfort, maybe it's 8 of their hours that the spell lasts. Of course, I don't know, but we have time, at the very least, to think of something. I'm sorry, also.
I think it's quite simple,
Obviously, we didn't
Mel
know this
says.
would happen.
If we want, the best way to get to them is to, well, be in the same flow of time as them. Your messaging, it works, but it's on a significant delay. Were you to pass through, were we to pass through, you could communicate with them normally, in real time, and we could reconvene on the inside. Sure, all of us would then be subject to that place, but we'd be in it together.
Yes. So, assuming that perhaps a moment for us, or a moment for them, is 5 minutes for us. Just how long are we going to be in there? Just getting them to reconvene. I don't I don't like that place. I do think that's best though.
There's still no guarantee that if any of us go in, that we would come out. Not only do we have to combat the place itself, but whatever spawned it, whether that be some sentient intelligence or the effects of some fiendish residual magic or rift. We don't know. Well,
Would
I understand and appreciate that at this point there's little option for you but to go in after them. Alternatively, I guess we could wait however long it takes them to slowly make their way out of it. Who knows how long that will be in real time. Could be
We can't
days.
go in after them. We won't end up where they are. They're traveling faster than us. Way faster. She can fly faster than we can walk, and also they don't have to traverse anything.
But
Their
if we went
path
in,
is clear.
you could tell them that we're in. Tell them to come back. They could fly back to where we are inside.
Yes, but only just in, perhaps. But maybe where they're located, time is different as you approach the center. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Are you willing to do that, Ezekiel? To just go stand at the end of the tunnel? To be within the magic, whatever it is?
you like she said, I think we should all do that because otherwise we're just going to be waiting on not only for me to go in, which it could be hours for me to just send the message, or we don't know, or days even. So if we all go in, wait at the tunnel, come out, presumably a longer amount of time would have passed. I'm willing, but I don't know. Um, I can't say that I'm not a little unnerved by it all. It does. I think Ezekiel at this point would be trying to figure out what this area is. Um, do I have any understanding of what this is, or is this just a random place? I don't know if I've heard of anything like this.
DM, tell me what's going on, please.
Yeah, pretty good now.
Actually, he does
Like,
have the DM tell me what's going on, please spell. I mean, feature. Feature.
oh man,
Class feature.
yeah, I could do that, but I don't have it ready. And I would have to wait until the next day to be like, ah, DM.
Mhm.
Dude, oh man. I don't have divination ready. After the one time I got threatened, it's no longer constantly ready. Yeah, I
Oh my
mean,
god, I
I guess
shouldn't.
we go in. Mhm.
Reginald and Nilo walk off to have a conversation away from their group and you guys.
Oh, Persephone, I'm, I'm sure you're very upset with me right now, and I'm sorry. I thought this would be the. I thought by myself, and that's not right in a group.
You're allowed to have
I'm
thoughts. It's
sorry.
just, it's not a problem. And I'm not even. I think that maybe we just wait. Don't do anything. Just wait.
I could
Because
reach back out to them.
I'll never make it in time to do anything about whatever happens to them, and then they're in there. And however long it takes to get back out, it'll take to get back out. And that's about it. Like, even if they try to turn around, they're stationary. They're just hovering there, right above the trees. Why
Hmm.
they're right above the trees, I really couldn't tell you, but they are.
Yeah. Um. You know, it's times like this where someone with the ability to move people would be great. When I kind of like chuckle a little bit to myself. I wonder how he's doing. I should reach out to him soon.
We're not allowed anymore.
Ah, that's true.
But
Right.
yes, letters. Well, it would be really helpful if he was here, because I'm sure he would know what to do, or at least he'd have some idea. Because even that probably wouldn't work. They seem like they're well in there. Like it wouldn't. You couldn't stand on the edge of it and try.
Right.
That's why my thought was to just go in and try to.
I still think that that's the best approach to it because even if it takes a very long time from out here, it would be as if the same moment for us. So, well, potentially, I guess. I don't know if heading further into the singularity would make it take even longer and we would still be waiting, but it's probably the best thing we can do. I, if anything, I can burn away at all the vines I need to.
The thing is we don't know, like you said, how long it'll take to get out once you're in, and the world could really use people like, well, like all of us right now with what's happening in the Bloodlands. And if we all go in and we're all lost for however long, maybe months, who knows?
Did it look like they were moving at all? Or was it just completely still, like statuesque?
I think her wing might have moved slightly in the time I was up there.
Slightly. Wow, that's not great. Her
That's why
wings
I'm
not fast.
worried that they're going to fall because she will not be a giant eagle. And I don't know what it looks like to them because when I was in there, it looked normal. Like it was weird, but time was moving normally. So she thinks she's flying right now and she's not. At least not to us.
Right.
Suspended, though.
Maybe I don't know how magic would work with this. Like, would it extend to the time of 8 hours to them, or is it still an 8 of our hours?
That was one of my questions that we don't have any answers to. We could go in and try to test things, see if you could get a message immediately from her, because if you could tell them to turn around, maybe that would go better, because then they would just be on the edge.
Yeah, and if they're just above the tree line, then presumably they can land somewhat quickly.
Well, yeah, I suppose so. But if they land in there, if they don't make it out, like if they can't turn around, I mean, but that's why I asked if we could just go into the tunnel, not all the way deep in like they are. But like I said, I don't know how much delay there is, if it gets greater as you. But we could, if you would.
No, I would, of course.
I'm not
I'd
asking
rather
you
not
to
leave them
venture
up
all the
there.
way, just to the tunnel.
No, I understand. And just enough to get communication constant,
And of course, I'll go with
or at
you.
least people. I appreciate that. It,
Chimera's having a little bit of a group meeting. You can hear the voice of Reginald talking to the other four as Nihilo separates himself from the group and comes right up to, well, if you four are near each other. I'm not sure what you're planning, but it seemed like you were going to wait on them however long it took. We don't know how long that is. I don't feel like days to spare. If your intent is to go in after them, he looks back towards Chimera. The feelings on joining you are relatively split amongst my group, but such that I would be inclined to join you. But if your intention is just to wait on here for them to correct themselves, then I see no reason why Chimera shouldn't go on and head to Concordia. 2 days on the road is a lot of time. That is assuming that it is 2 days. Could be less, could be more. We don't know.
I think we want to try to send a message and see if, from inside the area, through the tunnel here, and see if we can get them to turn around. If we get an immediate response, then we know that they're working on it. But they should also know that they don't have time, really, because they're stationary to us.
We don't. What do you mean they don't have time?
Well, I mean, maybe it moves. I don't know how it works. If it's an hour from
No,
when she
we
was out
don't
here.
know how it works. It is dangerous to make these assumptions. We should just tell them exactly
Turn
what we
around.
see.
That's all. That's all. Is really the point is for them to come back away from it, whatever it is. How is that dangerous?
Well, I was not talking about telling them to turn around, but passing on any assumptions about how this place that none of us knows how it works might lead them to make decisions or get in a state of mind that is erroneous. So if the simple message is turn around, there's dangerous. But telling them they have no time when we don't know if that's the case, that is what I said was dangerous. Rather foolish, I think.
especially with Melody. Anything too rash will have her nose dive into the floor. So
Well,
let's.
don't
I'll
send the
be
message to
very
Melody
careful.
then.
Right. You're right.
But it is. They are your people, so I won't dictate to you what to do.
I do have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yes.
If you were to go, you and your group go to Concordia, then does anyone among you have a means of messaging us?
We do. Kaya does, yes.
Then do you mind if I talk to Kaya real quick? If you do intend on going to Concordia by yourselves?
He looks back over his shoulder, and you can see that there's a bit of a hushed discussion going on between the rest of Chimera. Sure. Kaya. Kaya looks over and we're not done talking about this. Heads over. Yes, Nilo? He nods to you, Ezekiel.
Could I speak to you just over here real quick, if you don't mind?
Sure. And
you walk over to her. She stands maybe about 7 inches taller than you.
Kaya, do you have a favorite? What I'm trying to think of is if your group goes to Concordia and we split, I would like to know the state of affairs there, and I would like to make a way for us to trust communication. Maybe a phrase or something that we both understand.
that is clever. Um, hmm. Something
What
that
all languages do you speak?
I am not so well versed. I speak Common, clearly, Draconic, and a tad not fluent of various primordial languages.
Well, I suppose that one's out the window. Um, hmm,
Maybe it should be something independent of us, something random, something clearly that only we would know about. Maybe something from around here.
And she looks around.
So nothing
okay.
can pry into. Hmm.
And I think it should be two things. Like I'll have my thing and you have your thing to say back. That way it's a
She
little bit
nods.
less, if one of us gets probed, the other, I don't know,
She nods.
whatever horrible thing that could befall us, I suppose.
Of which I'm sure there are many.
Oh, yes. Too many.
She looks around, and you're standing amongst the charred remains of whatever skirmish conflict happened here. Blackened vines and roots alongside vibrantly colored mushrooms and plants.
Hmm. You know, I guess this is like the game I Spy a little bit. Uh,
Well, the first thing that
uh,
I caught my eyes were those mushrooms. They seem to be glowing. They certainly stand out. I'll be
so what? Would you
I'll
say
be
glowing
fungus
mushrooms?
then,
Fungus.
and then
Okay.
you wanted a response.
She looks to the base of a tree.
How about moss?
Moss. So I should reach out with Fungus, and you should reach out with Moss, or vice versa. Which way?
The way I don't think it matters much.
Okay. So, Moss, Fungus. You know, it's probably best if I write this down, if I'm being quite honest. I'm gonna
It'd
pull
be
out.
unfortunate to forget it.
Oh, it'd be horrible. I'm gonna
Please
start going through
believe me, I'm just dumb. It's really me, I promise. You know what?
Um,
I believe that it is Ezekiel.
you are pretty stupid.
That tracks.
That tracks is crazy.
The mastermind.
The mastermind. No. Ooh, okay. I'm gonna put in my Pomona lore book that I got from the library in Pomona.
Oh.
I'm going to, I know, right? I'm gonna write down moss and fungus.
Okay.
Do you need any means of remembering this, or are you just more naturally gifted than I? Because I know I'm gonna need this.
She kind of cocks her head a bit, like, and under her breath, gifted. As if, like, remembering 2 words is a sign of some higher intelligence.
I should be. Alright.
Just lucky. So much happens in my group. It just in any given moment where remembering something like this is hard.
Well, I'm still unsure as to whether or what we are doing. Right now, I'm not sure if we're all going to head in from here, whether Nilo wants us to go the other side and we'll approach from 2 different places. Actually, that gives me a thought. Everyone!
And she looks to Persephone.
You said you were worried about the distance covered by them already. From here to them, there's certainly further, especially if not only time but distance is distorted in there. Certainly the perception, maybe, I'm not sure. But one thing seems sure is that we have more time to act out here than they do in there. What if we followed the wall to the place where we are closest to them and enter from there instead?
We could try that. That might be worth it.
Sounds good.
She nods and kind of power walks over to the rest of the group, and Chimera grabs her things, looks to the rest of you. They're ready to move if you are.
Suggestion. Francesca, how do we feel about that?
I feel as though we have thought of many things, and it seems this one is most sensible. And I look kind of nervously at a suggestion.
I, for one, would. Oh, I don't know. I would imagine a bit of trust on the others on the other side, but I guess a precaution.
Well, trusting the giant eagle. I'm gonna look over to Persephone. Maybe, maybe not. This is the best.
Alright. So, the 4 of you, as well as Chimera Group, begins to make their way in a northish, westish way around the perimeter, keeping the bramble walls within sight at all times, and just making your way around it. It's not a perfect circle by any means, and sometimes your path takes you closer to the walls, sometimes further away. as you are walking, well more than 10 minutes have passed since you got that message, by the way, Ezekiel. But inside, Melody, Frederica, Bishop, y'all are flying, and suddenly it looks like this place, this area that you're flying over, it didn't seem this big before. Like, looking out to it, the trees stretch to the horizon in all directions. Like, it's gonna take you a long time to traverse to the other side. You can't even see the other side from where you're flying.
Oh, dear.
Oh, um, wait. I think was she breaking up to anybody else but me? Am I lagging?
Yeah, I didn't catch all of that.
Oh,
I
what
think
about
you just
looking
said
towards the
here.
west?
Looking towards the west, like sort
yeah,
of
'cause
back where you had come from.
Oh, is that no? What? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sorta.
Because we went in from.
Yeah,
No,
you
we
guys
went
kind
in
of
from-
started to fly around, and then like, fuck it, and then just flew over.
E-
All around. Like you're in an, you're in the middle of the ocean, just nothing but
Okay,
the tops of trees.
gotcha.
It seems
Nothing
you're not sure when it happened, but now it's like it seems like just after sunset. You're in the dim light. The tops of the trees are bathed in the dull orange glow of a recently set sun.
Everybody's seeing this, right? Like it seems endless. I don't think this place was. It didn't seem this big.
So not only is what time distorted, but so is the area. Are you
Yeah, the
sure?
time. It's almost like time and space is compressed. Like, and as we go into here, it's different. I don't.
And yeah, I
I
thought it was
can't.
my perception. I mean,
So,
we did tell them to send us a message in about 10 minutes, but I refused to go back empty-handed. But I don't see anything useful. No indication of what other life in the trees, no fire, nothing really stands out to me. Except
yeah. I'm
perhaps
trying to.
we should work towards the perimeter again and go around.
Yeah, we need to get the hell out of the middle, and I honestly don't think we're gonna find anything useful up here. Maybe it's like that by design. Whatever is anything that will point us to answers is probably bad, and I don't think we should tackle this by ourselves. We should definitely try to get back to the others, and then maybe go in all together if we're gonna try to do that. Melody, you
Assuming they
getting all
want to
this?
go in.
I'm
Give
just
me a
gonna
call if you understand.
nod. Yeah. Yeah. Just gonna nod and then just go like,
So looking around, you had slow in your flight. You can't exactly. You're kind of flapping wings, staying in position, looking around. Your bearings, due to this warped perception of space and everything around you, the fuzziness, blurriness, the further out you look, and the sudden, seemingly like expansion of the land around you. Not only that, but the sky is different. You don't know exactly what direction you're facing or the
Um,
direction you came from.
so if I use my trusty little um magical item, the one that always shows north,
What's that
the
called?
orb of the orb of direction. It always points north.
So you're taking out the orb of direction as what are you doing, Melody? Just flying in like a holding pattern?
What?
Like just circling around? Like how what are you doing? Like as he's getting out the orb?
I'm probably gonna maybe slow down a little bit and um just kind of turn my neck back and just look at him, see what he's doing while I kind of slow my flying speed.
So the orb of direction. You take it out. Let's see. I don't think we ever went over how exactly functions, how it works, how it looks when it works. It's basically a magical compass, right?
Mm-hmm.
You take out the orb. It's like a glass sphere bound with straps of metal around it, or like silver, gold, maybe. And you can see where like this, like the needle, the compass pointing to what's labeled as north. Like around the edges, there are not etched in, but like filigree on top of this glass orb in the metal binding are the cardinal directions.
Mm-hmm.
Does it just happen? I don't think it needs you to use a command word or anything.
No, it just works.
Yep.
But so the description is, while holding this, it's always going to.
So it
I can use an
points
action
north.
to determine which way is north.
You can use
and
an action.
Well,
I thought it just always happened.
No, it says use an action. I guess you have to
Yep.
be like meh.
So the orb, like you took it out and it is pointed, north. Kind of. It's sort of spinning round, like because Melody is not flying in a perfectly straight line right now. And you take it out, you look at it, and it holds the needle pointing to where the northern direction is, and then it jumps to point in a totally different direction for a while. The needle itself sort of spastically shaking. It'll hold at one position and then jump to another. Goes like southeast, north, northwest, east.
As Melody is spinning,
No, just
Or-
as you hold it in your hand.
so it's just
Because even
going-
as like Melody was spinning, like if you were turning around, like if you were turning in place with the compass, you'd expect the needle to move in a smooth manner, keeping pointing in the same direction. This is
Yeah.
telling you that it's changing. North it seems to be either changing or the item's just not working.
fuck. What in the hell? This thing ain't. This thing ain't even working.
Again?
I can't tell which way is north. This is not looking good. I think we're just gonna have to
Oh.
pick a direction and stick with it and hope for the best.
That's not good.
Yeah, whatever we feel is away from, or getting farther away from the center in any direction, we just gotta take it at this point.
Huh?
Fred's gonna look out to her east and to her west.
As you look out, from the treetops, this as Melody has just flown over it, kind of disturbed it. You can see the effects of her giant eagle form flying close to the treetops, rustling the leaves. A small flock, maybe, of some winged creatures, some small winged creatures, emerge, disturbed by her proximity. They fly up, flutter around. They seem like they don't look like any birds that you're familiar with. And they fly across to some other treetop and land there, disappearing within the leaves.
Um,
Great. Birds. What are we going to do with that? No offense, Melody. Different types of birds.
Oh.
They don't seem aggressive. Nothing here seems aggressive. I was assuming the worst.
And you've been here for like a minute, to be fair.
I'm gonna use detect magic, just actually casted.
Okay.
See what it's what the flow of the whatever magic could be around us right now, because it seems like it's everywhere, not just on the ground. At this point,
Good. You make. Let's see. Let's go with a wisdom saving throw.
oh shit. Okay. That's a 22.
Okay. You manage to not be overwhelmed by it, as in, like, you don't recoil or fall off of Melody as you do this. But casting Detect Magic, you essentially flashbang yourself as you
Holy
finish
shit.
the casting of the spell.
Wait,
Like, you cannot see anything for the bright blue glow.
Ugh.
What-
It-
What happened?
that was a mistake. It's everywhere. It's like we're completely covered in magic. Everything, everything is it's all around us. This is why we can't figure out where we're going. It's just been everywhere all the time, not just on the ground. The whole area is I I think I end concentration because it's like it's too much.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like a barrier.
Not like a barrier, it's like this bright blue mist. It's everywhere. It's pretty much it's just the magic. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, this is I have no words to explain this.
Ezekiel, on the other side, are you guys using the same method to create another tunnel through? As it takes you guys,
yeah.
Maybe about 45 minutes to an hour to get to the point. If Persephone occasionally flying up to get a beat on where they are. Not much changing in how they are. You can see that it looks like Melody has begun to bank a little bit with how she's flying from what you remember, but they're definitely still moving at a snail's pace compared to you guys out here. Ezekiel lines up the flaming sphere and begins to bore his way through the bramble wall until you make it through, standing again in this archway of your own design, the thorns and brambles that you had just burned through closing in on you. At least that's what it seems like from the corners of your vision. But again, every time that you pay attention to them, that you focus your vision on them, they apparently retreat back to give you space. That's why you're not sure if it's a trick of the mind, some sort of optical illusion or what, but you stand there now in the middle of the wall.
Do we go further, Persephone?
Just maybe a step out, not far, just literally only one step so that you're maybe affected like they are. And just
Okay, understood.
turn around. That's
I'm gonna leave my flaming sphere there with them to make sure it doesn't stop burning the vines and stuff. But I'm gonna step through.
Okay. You step through. You stop at like the precipice and step out from the other side of the wall, and almost immediately, like turn back to see what's going on. You're standing mere feet away from Persephone, maybe less. Like you could reach out and touch each other if you wanted to. He seems to be moving relatively one step in.
Okay. I'm gonna cast the sending spell to Frederica once more.
Okay.
Frederica, I don't mean to alarm you. In fact, please don't say anything to the others without thinking this over. There seems to be a time difference from out where we were and wherever you guys are. Persephone saw you guys and it was like you were stuck in time, very slowly moving. I would like you guys to turn around and begin to leave where you were. That's it.
Okay. As you stand there and you say this, Persephone, you listen to him, and it seems like maybe it's a trick of your mind, maybe not. Like he seems to be talking normally, maybe the slightest bit slower than normal, but you're not sure if you're imagining it. Even just one step in, as much as it doesn't seem to be drastically affecting that time effect, the lighting here does definitely seem different, as just beyond the wall there is that full canopy tree cover.
After I use the sending spell, I would like to do the very normal now, almost ceremonial thumbs up. Is that slower to her?
Again, if anything would have to be perceived like you, maybe it's again it would have maybe not. It is very slight if it is even there.
Okay.
Like it might be a trick of the mind. Like you looking at her might be thinking, is she moving a little bit faster than than normal? I don't know. It's extremely slight.
Okay, so it's just like a sliver. That makes sense.
Yeah. So Persephone, Ezekiel, could you both make perception checks? By the way, Frederica, you do get this message maybe about 3 minutes after the first one. So we didn't quite give you the 10 minutes you asked for, but maybe
I got a
you got a 2?
I
I
got
got a
an 18.
27.
Oh, jeez.
Nice.
What'd you get,
almost got
Persephone?
a 20.
Oh, 18.
Nice. All right, so both of you notice as you stand in that silence, Ezekiel gives you the thumbs up. Something seems strange, Persephone. You can't quite put your fingers on it. Beyond you, you can see the gentle sway of the leaves in the breeze. Around you, the branches slightly swaying in the wind, the leaves rustling. And they seem to be rustling and swaying towards you. But you kind of squint your eyes and you look a bit confused. And Ezekiel, you notice this and turn and you see the same thing. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. The trees from those closest to you, which are like the first tree closest is maybe within about 10 feet, canopy extending over you, all just seem to be normal trees, if not a bit taller, a bit wider, and a bit unseasonal with the colors of their leaves. And that's when it hits both of you. You feel no breeze on your skin. The air is still around you, and yet these trees are moving. By the force of the wind.
Could I put my hand on Ezekiel's shoulder and squeeze kind of hard and start to drag him backwards?
Ezekiel, very, you know, of my own will, is gonna very quickly move back as well. Kind of no need for dragging.
Let's not panic, but let's get out.
I'm gonna lick the tip of my finger, kind of put it to the put it higher up in the air, and just as it feels nothing. Yeah, I agree.
So, Frederica, you get this message from Ezekiel, basically informing you of how they see you guys, and telling you to turn around and come back, as if.
We knew what way that was. Wow.
Yeah, right. As we can,
as if you
receive direction anymore. We're in a fucking whirlpool, it's like an air whirlpool right now, presumably.
Hey man, I didn't know that.
I
didn't
know.
that.
No, but I'm just saying for context. Like, this is like, you guys look normal. You're just standing still.
Oh,
We're
no,
like,
yeah,
what
I
the
get
fuck
that.
is happening? I didn't opt
You
in
guys are
for this
like
fucking
tripping
carnival
balls over
ride.
there.
Yeah, this fucking
Yeah.
spinny carnival ride. Fuck, man.
Hey, that's just a normal Melody Eagle back trip, okay?
Gotcha.
Frederica's processing what he said. Doesn't really know the way back. Or entirely. However, I believe if we stick to one direction, then at some point, eventually, we'll find the not being here. Mayhaps if time is working differently and we don't know how long the spell will last, I don't know if it's a good idea to recast it. Or if you can, Melody, call 1 for yes, call 3 times for no.
Caw? She calls twice.
Maybe?
What?
Oh my
Maybe?
God. This is the Melody, the Great Eagle Melody
Danger.
brain cells I was talking about.
Where?
Oh, danger! That was danger!
Frederica's looking
That
around,
was
even
danger.
friend. She's locking in. She's looking everywhere for some form of danger.
Danger.
What do we fly up? Fly up, Melody. Fly up.
No, fly. Okay, hold on. Let me
Freedom!
fly. Okay, let's fly down. Let's recast the spell. Fly up, pick a direction, and head that way, and hopefully, and hope for the best. Got it? Maybe.
Caw. And I start
No?
flying up. No, yeah, no. I start flying up, and I go.
Flying up?
Yeah,
Still
fly
the
higher.
opposite of what Fred said. Got it.
Fly down.
I mean, caw.
Freedom.
That was what she chose. She did choose freedom. That's why she's flying higher into the clouds.
Oh God.
So what are you doing?
I'm gonna and I'm gonna fly a little bit. Kind of like trying to retrace my steps if that's possible. Maybe fly west, lower west. We're dead. We're cooked.
Would you like to repeat anything that you had said, Frederic?
Absolutely. She's obviously not following orders.
Yeah, so like you guys are
Okay.
on the back of a winged fucking bull
Like
right now, bucking you around. Up, down, left, right, R1, like she's trying to put in a fucking cheat code. Flying you guys
Oh my
around.
gosh. Melody, perhaps I did not make myself clear. If you could fly lower, we should be landing and recasting the spell. Just to be sure it doesn't run out on us. I don't know how long it'll be or how long it's been. It's only been minutes to me, to us.
Wouldn't that mean that the spell's been minutes to her? I don't know. How does it work?
That's the
But
question.
we know or we think time is going slower and
But why not just keep her in bird form even on the ground? See how long it lasts.
yeah, we could just fly lower as well. But then what if they don't see us and then they want to come in? Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I wanted to fly
okay, you
higher.
know
Maybe higher is farther
Higher
away
is
from this
not
magic.
the way to go, Bishop. I promise you.
I mean, I'll be fine.
I'm just like going like
I'd
down
like to
and
see
then
you
up.
fall from. Oh my gosh, Melody! If you do not fly lower, I will hurt you.
Come on, come on! She starts
But
diving down.
wouldn't that make us
Hang on,
fall
guys.
anyway?
Brace yourselves. I'm diving down.
Okay.
Wait, the dive. Don't,
straight
not
diving.
not
Okay.
dive. I'm gonna just
I just wanted
yank
to
her
say
feathers
I
and
told
pull
you
her neck
so
up and
before this
fucking get out of
happens.
here, bro.
I-
Do not dive bomb on me. All right, you fly
There's
slow, land
more-
steady. All right, I'll yank the hell out of her freaking the feathers on the back of her neck.
I'm gonna slap his hand. You hurting her!
Could everybody make a dexterity saving throw at this point, please?
I
I feel like you guys are asking me for it.
no. That's why I did the neck pull. You know.
Yeah,
Little boy,
which
the
probably would make her
Yeah.
not lose a bit of her control. I think. I don't know.
This really brings me back to the doesn't it? Such good times.
dexterity saving throw. You said.
Yes, please.
That's a
just
So
wanted
20.
for
to
you,
I
is it
absolutely
23 you
told
said?
so.
No, just 20.
Just 20?
Unnatural 20. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, 23 for me.
Did you use the eagle stuff?
Probably also somewhat close. Let's put up those eagle stats. Hold
Because it's
on.
also, I don't know if you have, it doesn't have the saving throw proficiency. I don't know if you have
oof.
that.
Oh.
Oof. Yeah, hold
oh,
on.
oh. Okay,
Eagle
let's do
D.
the math. Here we
So
go.
it's just a +3.
I mean, she
D20
still
plus
got
3.
a 17. Yeah, she got a dirty
17
20.
total? Okay, Frederica?
The dexterity saving throw?
Yup.
We I'm gonna
Ball
laugh.
speed.
19.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
cool. So you guys managed to get back under some semblance of control without falling, completely nosediving, or bucking Frederica or Bishop off of your back.
Whew.
You descend to the top of the trees. It's difficult going to get through the canopy if you're trying to get onto the ground. Is that the goal?
Yeah.
At this point, I mean, what do you think? I mean, we really want to just keep flying, or should we try to?
Did you ever respond to the sending spell, Fred?
I was going to. No, we were shooting down to make a quick
right.
decision.
So in the middle of the
So-
sending spell, you probably hear all of the stuff that Fred's yelling at.
Oh. Yeah, okay. I will respond in kind when I get my turn.
What were you trying to? Sorry, I cut you off there, Fred.
If I still had time to say anything, I would just explain like we're on the way to, we're landing, but we'll fly back up soon and figure a way out. We don't know the direction that we're going to.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Gotcha. I'll let you know when you get that message, Ezekiel,
Roger.
as it is not a immediate response. Making your way down. It's not easy going. You kind of have to. You're pushing through branches, twigs, tree leaves as you make your way down through the canopy. Bishop, Melody, and Frederica. You guys do take a bit of damage on the way down from some scratches you take. You all take 4 points of slashing damage from the trees. And as you break through the canopy, you look down at the floor below, the forest floor below, covered in lush, vibrant plant life. Streams of the twilight light that makes their way through the canopy, litters the ground. The area is sort of ethereal. It's calm. It's actually quite pretty looking. at first glance. You guys make your way to the forest floor below and hop off of Eagledy. The ground below you is a bit springy. Can somebody make a perception check for me, just to first glance around? No, actually, no. I'm just gonna let you know. First glance around. You get to the bottom. Frederica, you're here amongst the trees. All of you are. Not sure exactly which way you are. Not sure what direction you're going. The orb of direction still is just free spinning, basically. You find yourselves deep in this forest. No sign of the bramble wall anywhere, just trees. Signs of some kind of life, wildlife. Hear the strange calls of birds and chittering of creatures that are unfamiliar to you. You've not heard these calls before. The air itself is unmoving, hanging heavy. It's thick with the scent of flowers. Flowers that some of them you recognize, Frederica. You're familiar with them, though the ones that you see around you are they're out of season. They're blooming months out of season.
What the fuck?
And as well as this like faint scent of something like candle wax on the air as well. And that's your first impression of the area.
Well, at the very least, it's no immediate danger, but Melody, if you can quickly cast, and as she's talking, she's plucking out the flowers and sticking them into her satchel for later use. Can I examine one? Like, is it like a legit? Well, I guess before I put them in my pouch. But are they like legit? Do they feel
The
correct?
legitimate flowers? You feel them. Could you make a charisma check for me?
Sure.
At this, Fred.
Oh my god.
Okay, it was right. Okay. I thought I was misrolling. Ah,
6.
6.
All right. As you squat down to reach out and examine these flowers, trying to see if they're real or what's going on with them, the flowers seem to shy away from your touch.
What the fuck?
I'm deeply offended.
If you're watching Bishop, you don't necessarily see the flowers doing this, or you just because you kind of are watching Fred and you can see her back. But the trees nearby, you notice them sort of swaying in the wind. But oddly, the ones around you see seem to be affected by. It looks like they're all being like swaying in the breeze, but as if the breeze were coming from a different direction for each tree.
The hell?
You get this feeling that you're being watched, like something is aware of your presence. As Melody, are you recasting the spell Polymorph?
Um, hmm. Um, I was thinking, I wasn't sure. We wanted to keep like kind of exploring a little bit before I cast polymorph, or unless we're ready, where we can. We can
Well,
go
there's no
back
way
to
for you to ask that question to them, so.
That's true. Call.
Um,
So yeah, we'll recast the spell.
Alright. So, Melody drops the polymorph for a moment. The branches arching over the three of you not only provide cover and shade, but as if they're arching over you like someone standing over your shoulder in observance. The light that filters through the canopy is delicate, but the shadows that are cast by that light stretch too long, curling unnaturally on the forest floor.
like Bishop, I kind of like gets all fidgety like for a moment, like kind of like looking around, like if there was something there, but he's not sure, and he's kind of second guessing if he did see something or felt or not for just a moment. As he's kind of watching this happen.
Despite
And
the
he-
flowers pulling away from you. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Keep
Oh
going.
no, go ahead. Go ahead. No, no.
Despite the flowers pulling away from you, Fred, you are able to touch them. They feel weird enough, if not a little bit more waxy in their petals than you are used to with flowers, but nothing strange or unnatural. Do you want to pick some?
I would. I mean, it's shying away from me, so it's responsive. This is before I pluck. This is pre-pluck.
This is pre-plucked flower. Yes, pre-plucking.
I will be a bit more cautious then. We should still examine the immediate area, but you smell that, don't you? And I kind of sniff the air, and I go up to a tree and hug it. And I'll say in Sylvan, it's so good to finally see you guys again. Not the same tree, but a tree nonetheless. And I sniff the tree.
You sniff the
Something-
tree. It smells
Something
like
ain't
tree.
right.
It smells like.
Oh, okay.
It smells like similar to what you had before. It doesn't smell like if you're trying to smell for like wax or something. It doesn't smell like
Yeah.
that.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Fred.
It doesn't smell like that. It smells like a tree. So where is
Fred.
that smell coming from? What?
You don't feel like we're being watched?
Of course we're being watched by the trees. The trees can see all. Clearly.
No,
Unless you meant something else.
it felt like something else. I mean, unless it is the trees, but this ain't like any trees I've experienced. So if that's how they feel. Like,
Fred's gonna. As he's
really quick.
talking, Fred's gonna take. Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
go
okay,
ahead.
good. No, it's okay.
No. Sorry. I just wanted to know. I saw the shadow thingy, the shadow curling thingy.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm just kind of still confused about that. Okay, go on. Sorry. Sorry, Fred. Okay.
No, I was just gonna say. So as you're talking, Fred is gonna take a step back from the tree and then look at the trees instead of the flowers and see, like, because you mentioned that they were weird, or they looked weird.
Yeah.
Not that they. Yeah.
Well, they're,
Well,
they're moving, right?
Yeah, they're moving strangely. At least they.
Yeah.
They're like you said. The branches. That arch over you aren't just like providing like cover, but it seems like they're looming, watching, like someone standing over you. Is the feeling that you get? They're not making any large, swooping, dramatic moves like they're treants or sentient beings, or these are limbs, but certainly swaying in a breeze that you can't feel. The longer that you stand here, and the longer you start to see things that are strange. Like, at first, it's like looking at an image that at first seems normal, but the longer that you stand there, the more and more weird stuff starts to become apparent. Like, these trees that you're standing near and staring at, Frederica, some seem to be blossoming in full bloom like it's spring. The petals from the flowers drifting around the air like snow, even though being carried by a breeze that you can't feel. And yet others stand almost invisible to your eye, like they're hiding in plain sight, scorched and blackened, fading into the background of your perception of this otherwise sort of ethereally beautiful place. The blackened trees ooze a slow red sap, and you watch one drop of this sap slowly make its way down to the base of one of these scorched trees, and as it contacts the ground, it steams. The air has a taste to it. Sweet and sharp, like honey laced with copper. Leaves you with a sense of both wonder and wrongness. Like you're not meant to be here, but yet nothing is stopping you from being here. It's like almost welcoming at the same time. Or better yet, simply waiting.
Melody kind of just wants to like close her eyes a little bit and kind of like take in this new feeling, this weird but comforting feeling at the same time, and kind of tunes out everything but what's around the area right now, closing her eagle eyes.
Oh, so you've already recast the spell? You're
Oh,
not I thought you dropped I thought you dropped it, so you would
Yeah.
be.
Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. I did drop it. Ah, I did drop. Did I say recast? I meant like my bad. My brain thinks recast is like doing it again, so I can like drop it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I meant I dropped it.
Yeah.
So not her eagle eyes, just her bored eyes.
Good. Okay,
Her,
good.
her bard eyes.
Her bard is the race now. You know.
Bard eyes are different than regular people eyes. You're right.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Alright. So as you all take this in, and Melody stands with, or rather Melody takes it in, just kind of feeling outside of the area as it's back, and you and Persephone head back out to the rest of your group, Suggestion and Francesca, as well as Chimera. It takes about the same amount of time that you had to wait the first time to receive Frederica's message.
Okay. I got word back from Frederica. It's sounds like not much of the same, but I told them to turn around, and they said they don't. Did they? At this
She said
point, I
that she
kinda-
was going to go down, yeah, I think.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
said I was gonna go down and then go back up and then fly out, but I didn't know what direction was. I mentioned that I
Yeah.
didn't know the direction.
Okay. Yeah. I just
So-
want to make sure because it's been
Yeah.
a lot of cool shit happening. I kind of forgot what she said. She mentioned that she doesn't particularly know what direction they are, which is
So they're
concerning.
lost in there.
Potentially.
I'm-
She said she was gonna land and then go back up. Yeah.
Been
Um,
dallying around for too long. They're lost in there. I'm going after them. And Otier begins to walk towards the archway. Stop him. Lo says as Reginald kind of stands in the way. Reginald had taken the Goliath man by both of his arms as he tries to power through them, walking towards the brambled wall.
Hold on. Please don't go just yet. I'm
Who's here?
thinking. Yes, you talk to him.
Yeah, I'm gonna walk to Old here. Put. I'm not gonna try and like physically stop him. Of course I can't, but I'm gonna put my hand on his very tall shoulder. Or try to, I guess. I don't know how much taller he is than me.
He shrugs off the other one's like, okay, hold fun. What?
Old here, I know you're worried about her. I know how you feel about
I'm surprised
Frederica.
you all are not more worried. She said she was heading
No.
down. How we don't have they even started to descend from what we heard? From what we can see. And when they get down there, when we can't see them, who knows what is going on in there? We don't know what is going on in there. We don't know if death awaits them or us if we follow, but at least we'll be together.
I asked you to help me stop her, and you wouldn't. Would you?
So now it's on me.
We need to
If you can't
No.
stop your sister, how could I? How could anyone?
Exactly. No one could. She made a choice. It doesn't mean you go running after her, to your own death.
Nor does it mean you abandon them.
I'm not abandoning her.
We're just trying to
Just
devise a
wasting
plan.
time. You plan. When you figure out what it is, come find me. And he's gonna again try to head in.
I suggest you do not do that. It would probably be better you stick with us here while we have properly evaluate what it is we should do going forward.
I need
I'm
to.
casting suggestion.
Yes, you are casting your namesake.
Every time he
Yes.
says, I suggest.
I understand that. I've got it. Thank you.
No, I'm just sitting here like.
It's not I suggest. It's when he says it's not I suggest. It's I suggest.
Yeah,
That's-
exactly. I suggest.
So
At
let's
some
see.
point it's
Influence
gonna be, I suggest.
How wise is the big lug?
You're just gonna say it with a lisp. I suggest.
So,
So you're just telling him to wait, right? Basically, just stop.
Yeah.
All right.
Until
Let me
we
let me
decide
see
what
if
to
the
do.
let me see how the dice decide this. What's the DC?
Oh.
Or I could just
it
roll.
is-
Yeah, it doesn't matter. He fails. Okay.
Damn, poor guy.
I was so wishing that it would be like I was reading the
What the
spell.
fuck?
So wishing that it could be a chart. It's not. He stops like right at the archway. You can see him as your words reach him. He's tense, his hands balled into fist. He cocks back his arm and punches the thorny, brambled wall before walking away. You can see some thorns stuck in his knuckles, blood trailing from his hand as he storms off.
I would hate to be on the receiving end of that.
Oh dear.
So, Persephone, what do you say we should do?
I do have this, and I take my drift globe out of my bag of holding. It's night time, so this might stand out. And if they don't know where they are, maybe they could see it. I mean, I don't know, though. They'd have to fly quite high. I don't know why they were so close.
Well, perhaps if instructed, you can use that to get their attention so that they can leave this forsaken place.
You know, I don't particularly um
Oi! Can't see him anymore. You hear from up in a tree.
Mhm.
they've moved then. Uh, then how come it took about the same amount of time? Is it the deeper you go in, the longer it maybe. Persephone, your idea might hold, which is concerning. Quite frankly, I wish your idea didn't hold. Um, but if the drift globe isn't enough, perhaps I could place daylight on it.
Well, it,
That would.
yeah, it's daylight. The spell can create the effect of daylight.
Oh, it has,
Yes.
and no need for my spell points. Perfect. I can conserve energy.
Oh dear.
It
You know, I love when you guys get nifty little items that do my things. You go on then.
it only
They've
lasts
had
an
that forever.
hour, so I would
Oh, it
have to.
only lasts for mine. Only lasts that long too.
That's why I was saying the timing of it would be very tricky. I'd have to see them begin to ascend, and I don't even know. Would it even stand? It would probably stand out during the daytime, depending on how long. I don't know how long it'll take, but hopefully they stop moving and haven't fallen.
Right. Well, they did say they would land, so hopefully Melody recasted her Great Eagle form, and yeah, I guess this kind of whole thing relies on a lot of assumptions. What a mess. This really hasn't worked out well. Um, uh, I can sending spell them to look for a beacon of light in the distance, I guess.
Well,
Some sort of distance.
yeah, I mean, we're right along the wall where they entered, but I don't know where they are or if they're.
They said they didn't know where anything was either. So they've already lost track of where the wall was. Likely, at least. I don't know. This. Should I reach out to them right now, or do we need further planning?
Not too far away, but not too close. You hear the sound of thudding and splintering wood as Otier is taking out his frustration with his great hammer on the bramble.
Poor
Can
guy.
I. Suggestion: when we were in there, the trees sway in the wind, but there's no wind, and I don't know what to do with that. I'm very concerned that they've landed. Kind of very worried that they might not be able to orient themselves to leave, to take off again. The trees just move. They move. I mean, they don't get up and walk around, but they. It looks like breeze, but there is no breeze.
Very alien in nature, then nothing of this world.
I don't believe so.
Hmm. I don't know if I'm much use in anything other than defeating fiends of various kinds. I don't know if I can help much.
Mm,
Unless you think
well,
that darkness would be much more visible than light.
It depends on how
well,
long it takes them. Sorry, what were you saying, Zeke?
weirdly, that doesn't sound like a horrible idea. I guess if it's daytime and you just see a giant blip of shadow in the sky. But I mean, who's to say with the trees blowing with no wind? We don't know what it's like where they are particularly. So maybe that wouldn't work. I place kind of makes my head a little fuzzy. I'm not gonna lie. A
As you guys are
lot of this
discussing.
doesn't make sense.
um, Frederica,
I have a
Melody,
question.
Bishop, yes.
Because you mentioned there's the regular trees. I mean, I know that they all look creepy and they're like kind of looming over us, but you also mentioned forged ones or black ones, like darkened
Yep.
ones with the weird
Dark and
sap.
scorched. Yes.
Okay, thanks. You were gonna say something. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just switching back to you because we have a
Ah.
split party right now. My face. Um,
Sorry. That's the DM's
what are
favorite thing
you
to do. Yeah.
apologizing?
Oh.
So,
Never
what are you
mind.
guys doing? Are you guys? Yeah. You see that?
Melody. Considering that time is a bit weird, we probably shouldn't stay too long. But Bishop, let's keep looking around. Melody cast a spell. Does anybody have like an empty vial or something? And then I will try to examine the weird tree with the sap.
Okay.
Is the sap reactive once it touches the ground? I forgot that part. Sorry.
When it gets to the ground, it steams and hisses, evaporating almost instantly.
And does the tree look?
The tree
Is
looks
like
like a dead, burned tree.
no movement at all? Like weird movement or?
None.
Good. Is
And
it
we're all
just one
seeing
tree?
this?
No.
Multiple trees?
Multiple trees. It's like again, like the more they almost. The way they're positioned, the way that you see them, it's almost like they were like the shadow, the drop shadow
okay.
of the other trees. So you didn't your mind didn't process them at first, but now that you can see them, you're seeing them almost an equal number as the trees.
Oh. We didn't see it from up above, just below.
Well, the other canopies are thick enough that they filled in
okay.
the gaps, basically.
These are burned trees among the regular trees.
Yeah,
Quote
Seems like-
unquote
yeah,
regular.
Well, yeah, the non-burned trees, we could say, yeah.
Yeah, the non-burned trees.
You're gonna poke it with a stick, is that what you said?
Fuck.
How about we just
I
do
like-
this?
Yeah.
I could just kind of take my I would take my my sword and then just kind of just hold it to the tree, you know, just for a little bit, right? To see,
One of the dead ones?
yeah, one of the burning dead ones, just kind of hold it against it for like maybe a few seconds, just to see if like when I pull it back, it's now hot to the touch, since it looks like it's, you know, scorching.
You pull it back, and yeah, it's warm to the touch.
Just
Your
the trees,
blade
no grass
easily
or
score
scorched?
it.
Like I know that anything the sap touches, but like what about like the grass and the dirt around maybe?
Around the base of the scorched
Yeah.
trees? Yeah. Yeah, sure. As you held your blade there for Bishop, some of that red sap did trickle down onto the edge of your blade.
I would try to like kind of lightly kind of tap it really quick, just to see.
It's hot, but not overly hot, and it's not stickier. It's not as, what's it, viscous? The opposite of viscous? It's not as thick as you'd expect from a sap. It smears easily on and across your fingers.
Okay, I'll just try to wipe it off my blade. Maybe
Mhm.
wipe it off on the grass on the floor.
Sure.
Um,
In the moments before it hisses and steams away, basically looks like you left a trail of blood on the grass, like cleaning your. A small kill, because it wasn't much, but
yeah. Uh, I don't know what's going on. This is. Hey, Melody, you seeing this?
Melody, make a perception check.
Oh shoot. Okay.
as you're standing there, eyes closed, basking in, the not quite sunshine, but just the feel of the area. Fred and Bishop are examining these strange burnt trees, and your eyes flutter open, and you're
Oh,
not exactly focused on those.
hey, oh my gosh, I got a natural 20. Holy shit.
You gotta close your
Wonderful.
eyes to see.
Yeah.
Isn't
Well,
that
as your eyes
the Lulu
open,
thing? The fucking-
as you open your eyes, as Bishop says, "Hey, look at this." He's standing off to the side of you, not the direction that you're open. And you see clearly for a moment the fuzzy haziness at the edge of your vision is not there. And out maybe 200 feet, you see something through the trees, resting up against one of the large, thick trunks. Looks like the back end of a horse, laid prone.
What the fuck?
Can I get closer to it?
Yeah, so as you say that, Bishop, Melody just starts walking away from you, further
Hey.
into the forest, or where you don't know which direction she's headed.
Yeah. Hey, Melody, wait, where are you going? What's... Hello?
And I'm just gonna keep walking and not hearing him
Um,
and not responding to him.
Fred?
What is it? Where is she going?
I don't know, she's not listening. Melody, where are you going? Why are you walking in this... What's happening?
Following
Can
it.
follow her.
Yeah, I'm following her. I don't know what...
You're
I
following
can't...
Her, just like kind of like talking.
Yeah, we
She's
can't split up, so I'm like, I just have to follow her. Like, what is...
Oh, why not? Why not split the party further?
Actually,
We're all gonna split up and go in 3 different directions.
one of us will find the team.
Yo, let's give Zenda picture experience right now.
Oh shit.
As you get closer, the air, it's still it's thick, it's heavy. That mix of copper and honey. And as you get closer, Melody, that scent of copper starts to become more prominent as you see the prone form of this horse. You get closer, and there's a little bit of a clearing, not much, but more of these dead trees and signs of a battle again, like the one that you had seen outside of the area. You walk up into a bit of a horror. As you walk and you see more of the body of this fallen horse, there are more. About half a dozen slain corpses of horses, headless, lie strewn about.
Oh,
And above them, in the trees, strung up, are people. At least it seems like that. Dead people, but just their torsos.
oh. And Melody's gonna kind of take in the sight for a few seconds and then just fall on her back and shaking, speechless.
So you all, Frederica and Bishop coming up behind her, you see this as well as your like calls and shouts out to Melody to try to get her. As you realize the grisly sight before you, half a dozen slain horses, their heads decapitated, lay clearly dead below what seemed like maybe their riders, these humanoids that are strung up in the trees, but only from their waist up. Seems like they've been dismembered as well. On the trees, you see writing in blood, but not in common. Does anybody speak Infernal?
Oh shit.
No.
I might. Let me see. I think I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
What?
You see written on the trunks in blood, almost like a warning. Some of the messages that you see, there are multiple. This realm is claimed. Turn back. Go home. No treaties for tricksters.
Oh shit. Okay. um. I
What is this
Now,
place?
as you guys take this in,
Oh
we're
shit.
gonna as we take a break.
Oh,
Back in a little bit.
Holy shit.
All right. So we all knew, but we didn't know.
Appreciate it. Hello, welcome back. So, amidst this grisly scene in the forest, Frederica, Melody, now laying on your back, and Bishop, having just read out loud, presumably, the infernal words written in blood on the bark of these trees. You can see scores from blades, burn marks and ash about, pointing to the skirmish, the fight that had taken place, leading to the result you see before you now. What are you guys doing?
Well, I guess after reading that, I probably would try to help Melody up if she's still like on the floor from falling. And I would say this. Why would there be something in Inferno written here? No treaties for tricksters. What does that mean?
What? I don't know. I think we should get out now.
Look, I can't begin to understand the inner machinations of this bullshit. Um,
But we need to act quickly, and we do need to get out of here. We can let them know what we found, but if we're caught out here and it's something that want to kill us, we'll be done for. Melody, we need you to turn now.
Right.
but where are the horses' heads? Why are they?
Could I divine sense?
Makes sense.
Okay. You cast Divine Sense. And that's basically anything. It's not humanoid.
Yeah, strong evil or powerful good. Ring in my ear is an action, blah, 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 blah. You know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet, not behind total cover. And then, I would know the type, so celestial fiend or undead.
Okay. So using your Divine Sense, then 60 feet of you. And it's just an instant thing, right? You don't have it for like a...
Let me see. Within the same radius, you also detect powerful gold rings like heavenly music. As an action, you can open awareness to detect such force until the end of my next turn. So I guess 1 minute? I don't know.
Next turn is 6 seconds.
Love that.
Yeah. So instantly in a 60-foot radius around you? There's nothing in the immediate vicinity. No. Nothing, at least, fiend, celestial, or undead. You feel a bit... There's a little bit of strangeness at sensing nothing, as the past few times you've done this, you've at least had the constant presence of Francesca, but obviously now that is absent.
I guess if Melody is casting, could I maybe make out how old or how long the corpses have been here?
Make a
Like, is
medicine
it fresh
check.
blood? Oh, wow. $14.
Okay. Are you looking at like both the ones that are hanging and the horses on the ground, or just focusing more your attention more on one? Are you splitting your attention and your efforts, or focusing in on one specific?
I think I would do both, or yeah, look at both.
Okay. Looking at it, the horses on the ground where the heads have been severed. There's still a sheen of wetness to the flesh, to the blood. The parts that have been strung up have stopped dripping. You can see the gore on the ground beneath, though there aren't any puddles of blood. In fact, it almost looks like the area around fallen, the forest floor had absorbed it. The grass and plants in the area have a bit more of a hue. The scents of the flowers have a scent of iron mixed in with their natural floral scents. This wasn't recent, but decomposition hasn't set in. The bodies of maybe like the riders of these horses, what you would initially presume, seem a bit strange. Their torsos more elongated than humans would be. And even from your position on the ground here, branches where they hang from, their faces seem a bit unusual as well. Jaws hanging slack and vacant stares from dead eyes, but their features are more angular. Their cheekbones more pronounced and probably higher than you've normally seen on humans, and they look more, I'd say, closer to how Ezekiel and Melody look than how you look, even though it would be difficult to say specifically elvish. It's just definitely not what you would. You're not typically used to seeing hanging torsos in corp, but were you to, I guess it's a little off of what you would expect, just a little. You're not sure what race they are, actually.
But I know that they're not human.
They don't seem it. They're also
They don't seem it.
wounded. They're also wounded from their fight, so you can see where blades and magic have scarred and pierced the flesh. But yeah, from your position down here, they don't appear human. They also don't appear any race seen, but you don't know how much of that is because they're different or how much is because they've been mutilated or the effects of how long they've been hanging here. Though, again, it doesn't set in. Your best guess with what you rolled within the past week? And then you remind yourself that you're not sure exactly what that means. And
Yeah.
part of you is maybe worried, like, could these possibly have been maybe other riders from the Wardens? Or what? You're not exactly sure.
Bishop, if you can, while we're waiting for Melody to get us out of here, maybe there anything that you can, if you can just take a look at the horses, what's left of them. They seem to be a bit more fresh than these. Any indication, any items that we can maybe find on them? Anything you see?
Let me take a look. I guess I look back at Melody for a moment because I know she was shaking. I'm like, you're gonna be all right.
I don't know. A part of me just wants to get the hell out of here, but what if there's more of them? Like, what if we can do something to help anyone that's remaining or anything?
Yeah, I mean, whatever this is, I slowly start walking towards Fred. It seems like it was found with fiends, with devils. At the very least, by this, it seems like a warning. So, this ain't fiends. It looks like at least. But I try to start looking around at where Fred was telling me to look, like looking at these weird
At the horses.
horses that I guess aren't horses and people that aren't quite people.
The horses look fairly equine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they don't-
to see if they have like a satchel or some sort of emblem to determine where they're from, any items, stuff like that.
I will
Easy
look-
enough for you to see, Bishop. No investigation check needed.
Okay.
Looking out, you're like, no, there's nothing. They're just bare horse bodies. And initially, you're like, well, that sucks. Nothing here. But it does strike you as weird that there is nothing here. No saddles, no bridles, nothing.
Wait a minute. If these are horses, right? Where's the saddle? Where's the bag? Like the cargo? You don't just ride bareback. What?
How long has it been since we've been here? Has anybody kept count?
I can't say.
Haven't.
What?
No.
30 minutes? I don't know. An hour?
Too long, because if time is slower here, or I don't fucking know. What I do know is that we should get out, and we should probably inform them before we encounter anything that can do this to us. Not that we'd let them.
Yeah, exactly. But this ain't normal. These aren't. This is not like our regular horses. Not that you ride, anyways. Are these wild horses? I don't.
These don't particularly look human to me, but it's kind of
Yeah.
hard to tell. Kind of looks closer at them. A little off-put, obviously.
I try to look at the hooves of the horses, right? Because if they were tamed, they would have like a horseshoe, right? They would have something.
No shoes,
No shoes.
no socks.
No socks.
No service?
Yeah.
Socks are actually
Okay.
decorative horse markings. Do none of them have socks, really?
As far as that goes, decorative horse mark, like, yeah, their manes do have, they do patterns. Some of them.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
First, it was the
About ankle
professional
bracelets?
Go ahead and
and
make
now
a
she's the
investigation check,
professional
Fred Bishop.
Okay. That's a 9. My investigation checks are always stellar.
There are no shoes.
There are no shoes, yeah.
Or say.
You do notice the fur, the manes. They see some of them are like matted with this. Like you can see wounds about the bodies of these horses, but through that you do see some patterns, like the shaved into the horses, like some of the hair, some of the fur is longer than in other places, and it seems like intricate by design. Not quite like a tribal tattoo, but they definitely resemble like tattoo-like markings, except shaved in instead of with needle and ink.
Oh.
I'm sorry, where did they have that? On their arm?
No, horses don't have arms like that. But
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the string
No.
torsos.
no, torsos don't have fuzz like that necessarily.
You never know.
Some guys, yeah, some of them do seem particular.
Mhm.
Not, it's in the horses. Like the
Okay.
horses have these tattoo-like patterns shaved into them.
Gotcha. I mean, I'll point it out, but you know. Like, wow.
Wow.
Yeah, this definitely ain't no regular horses I've seen, and these people don't look. Maybe we should get the hell out of here, like Melody said.
No. Sure.
Yeah. But if these things are against the fiends, wouldn't it be beneficial to us to try to make friends? If they even want to make friends, that is.
Would that we could find a live one? Yes, that would be beneficial. But as of now, let me try. Hello, I'm Frederica. Would you like to be my friend?
No response.
Thank you.
Right. Melody, are you ready?
I'm
She
gonna-
just nods silently and looks at Bishop, confirming if he's ready as well.
I'm gonna pause for a moment, kind of conflicted, and I'm just going to take a deep breath for a moment, and then yell, "Is anybody here?" As loud as I can.
She's
Okay.
gonna take out her weapon.
Because I mean,
As-
it felt weird, like we're being watched and all this stuff. So I had to.
Yeah. As your voice carries, you hear the scurrying of what sounds like small creatures rustling in the brushes nearby, and as if you spooked them. Looking around.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, like it sounds like little critters running away from your shout.
Oh, okay. So I could just be anything. I could, for all I know,
Yeah.
it's squirrels or rats or some shit. Okay.
Basically, yeah. Looking around, nothing calls back, nothing answers, though the way that you had come from, at least you think it's the way that you'd come from. You see your footprints. Whatever path it was or the way that you had walked through the trees seems to have been, like, closed off. Not by a sheer wall or anything, but just by the branches of nearby trees now stretching between each other. You could still make it through to get back, but it would be much harder going than how you had come through there. Like you'd have to push through and risk getting scratched up by these branches and sticks. Alternatively, you continue to look around and not quite between two of the trees where some of these torsos are hung. Right between the trees that hold the messages of were they? This realm is claimed and no treaties for tricksters. It's almost like looking down a hallway.
Oh wow.
Like, it's still trees on either side, but it's a more clear path forward than in any other direction. It didn't catch your eye at first, but how much of that is because of the shock of what you walked into, you can't say.
But as far as we can all see, we can recognize where we came from, and that looks very
Yes.
closed off. So we would be able to perceive, like, what the hell? Like, we just came through here. How did that happen? Type of thing.
Yeah, you
right?
can see your footfall still, like, sunk into the kind of squishy, pliant ground, and the footprints leading up to where you all are. And you had just trudged and walked through these twisted branches that reach across this path, and you know you didn't do that.
I don't. I don't think we're meant to go back where we came from, or at least it's closed. I don't. How did? It's like the forest is moving, like it's alive. And was it always a straight path past bodies? It looks like a hallway.
What if I look up and I see the sky?
Partially through whatever small gaps there are in the canopy. It would be. You'd have to press your way up and through, just like the way you had to get down. It's no clear path up.
I mean, if
What
you feel that we should move, is it?
Um. What? Um. It feels like the force is telling us where to go. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I mean, nothing's happened to us. Well, what if we just follow it? I mean, we're all pretty capable, right? I mean, we need to get out, we could get out anytime we want, right? As far as we know.
We haven't exactly tried either. Regardless, time is still weird. Want to move forward, we can, but we have to be cautious. Don't want to end up like that.
Definitely not, but
But we should set a time. We really do need to move. We could always bring the others here, maybe, or somewhere near here. At the very least, we know there's something going on. But we don't know how long it'll be.
Yeah, I know. That's why I
You-
think we need to be decisive. I'm sorry, go ahead, Fred.
You have a way to send a message. I know Melody doesn't, I don't either. Or should we just continue until we wait till the next one?
Yeah, I think we better just continue till we get the next one. I mean, I have a way to send a message, but not a long distance. Not like that. Um, yeah.
So the three of you decide to go to the path that seems to have time. But you start walking outside of the brambles, where the rest of you, Persephone, Ezekiel, Suggestion, Francesca. It's nearing about an hour since the incident with Otir. And he's now resting, sitting down, clutching his great hammer, and you can see the sweat pooling. He took a while to get all of that out of him. But he's just been sitting, brooding, seething for a while now. The sun has set. And I think we need to decide what it is we're doing. Dortigan says as he comes back down. I haven't seen them flying back up. You said that they'd said they were going to. No sight of them, at least from what I could see.
Oh, a lot gets said. Unfortunately.
Well,
What'd you say?
I said a lot gets said. They say a lot.
Oh.
They talk much. They make many plans and follow none.
those three especially.
I'm sure there is much to be distracted by. Perhaps they did find something especially strange.
Oh, undoubtedly in whatever this is, woods, I suppose.
Logically, we
Um,
haven't the time to spare. We can't just stand here waiting around. And really
yeah.
don't desire to go in there at all at this point because who knows how much time we'd waste going in. But, unfortunately, I must go in because I need to scold Fred. So I'm going to find her. I'm going to start heading towards the entrance.
Yes, that does
Well,
sound very logical. Yeah, we should have more people go into the strange woods and get lost. Indeed.
I agree, Otir says, following Persephone.
I'm of a like mind. Anyone who wants to stay back, um, I suppose stay back.
Really? You just agreed to it like that, Ezekiel? You seemed so hesitant to go in there before.
Well, quite frankly, I can't be losing three of our team members, and I don't want to be in here, and I'm in here, and it's it's better if we move as a group. I think most decisions need to be us as a whole moving. We don't know what's in here, but if anyone's entirely against keeping movement together, then I suppose staying back safer for them. Don't know.
I just don't think that more of us should just be wandering into this unknown zone.
I
Those three have a method of getting out. Perhaps we should just give them more time. Time passes differently there, remember?
Yeah.
Otir turns as was following Persephone and then walks up to Francesca. Are you absolutely confident that whatever it is in there, whatever it is capable of creating that place, that those three alone would be able to handle it? That they'd
It's
be able
not
to
a
return?
matter of those three alone. You think just wandering in there is going to be good? We don't know what's in there either. It's just going to end up with more people lost.
Look, I don't care what you want to do. If you don't want to, then don't. Everybody can make a decision on their own. We're all people who can make our own choices. I'm choosing to go in. Do what
Indeed.
you
Have
will.
fun.
Alright, if we're gonna split, Kaya, would you mind staying here?
We are of like mind there. It would be best, I think, to have someone capable of reaching out on both sides.
Yeah.
So I will stay.
I'm sorry if you wanted to go in, but
I understand. You'll have to tell me about it when you get back.
I will make sure. I
I
appreciate
would
it.
not worry about passing messages to me. Time is not really a matter for me.
Well, it's more a matter of if situation changes out here, someone needs to be able to reach out to those inside.
Yes,
I believe the only ones capable of that are Ezekiel and I.
what we understand.
Well,
If I see anything cool, I'll be sure to tell you.
as much as I would rather we all
either go together or stay together. I will not leave Kaya out here alone just in case this is all some kind of trap or some other unforeseen events come up, so Otia, I won't stop you. You seem, not that I could if I wanted to, you seem fairly set on this. However, the rest of us will be remaining out here. And we will only enter if you reach out to us, saying you need it. He looks to Ezekiel as he says this.
Absolutely, I won't. I'll make sure the call is desperate and correct. And Kai and I have established a form of, hopefully, trustworthy communication.
She gives a toothy grin and a nod. Otir still stands there in front of Francesca and, I guess by proxy, Suggestion, who's nearby.
Suggestion, you coming? Or are you staying? Your darkness would be useful, my friend.
That is something coming from you. Alright. Battery will get you somewhere, I suppose.
Ezekiel's gonna just smile at him.
I can't imagine your god will be entirely useful at all points of times, even in this place.
Well, I don't doubt my god, but I do see your prowess. I've not even once had to heal you, so in a fight, I trust you very much so.
Persephone's still just going, I'm guessing.
All
Too
right.
much might make it overbearing.
Oh, too
I'm
much
behind
good
you.
praises. Never heard of that. Anyone else from Chimera Group then?
This has been spoken about. No,
Oh, no
everyone
one
except
else.
for
Right,
Otir
okay.
is staying there. Yes, just said.
Okay, my bad.
I need you to lock the fuck in, alright?
Yes, sir. My eyes are fuzzy. I'm not gonna lie, but
Hey!
I got this.
So Otir
Right,
speaks to
Ezekiel is going,
Francesca.
sir. Yeah.
That's everyone from Kieran, except for you.
And I still stand by the fact that it is a dangerous decision. They don't
Which-
understand that if they all die in there and I am left standing, I live forever with this. You know? I don't want to wander into some hellhole like that. I mean, we don't even know what really waits. We just know that time travels weirdly and strange things are happening and hearing things. Why would we wander in there when our friends could just potentially fly out in a couple minutes? Time travels so differently. Why are we so eager to rush?
We don't. It's because. I don't know. It's because I haven't seen or heard for in so long. I don't pretend to understand or try to wrap my head around what weird time,
And perhaps
not
that is the
magic
problem.
nonsense.
If you truly
You
think you
said
need
you
me in
were
there,
live
then I
forever.
will
If that's
follow
all that
you.
matters for you.
If you truly think that I am required in there, then fine, I will follow you. But I just do not think that this is a good idea. Make
The
me feel like
decision to
it's
join.
needed.
I don't know if it is, I don't know if it's not. You could very well be right. They could be coming out right now. We could go in, find them, and walk out without a scratch. We could all go in and die. Stupid, dangerous decisions. Well, that's joining the Wardens. That's every decision, every mission we've been on. If living forever, as you say, that's what matters to you,
It's
then
not.
fine.
Trust me.
You say they go and die, you will live forever. I don't pretend to understand what you are, even then.
Good. It would
But
not
if-
really go well with you, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not the smartest. But
That was not what I was implying. Trust me.
Francesca,
Otier
perhaps-
holds out his hand as you start to talk, Ezekiel. Not looking away from Francesca.
go on. I believe in you.
I cannot do anything but speak for myself. And clearly the way you perceive is the way that you think is far than the way that I do. He looks over to Chimera Group for a moment. And you can see flashing through his eyes maybe like some bits of memory of the history he has with them. You don't understand what it is, what they've been through. And then looks back to you. But what frightens me, what keeps me awake some nights, is not the fear of dying alongside surviving alone. If you do not have that fear, then stronger than I am. Then he turns and starts to head after the other.
I'm just gonna squint because it really didn't make sense in her perspective what he just said to her, because he obviously like has no comprehension of her existence. So
Clearly.
she's just kind of like, okay, dumbass. Like, that was a horrible speech, by the way. Just so you know.
Never claimed to be good at talking. If you want me to
Yes.
throw you, I can.
Don't want that either. Trust me.
I thought you only wanted to. Anyways,
Don't tell Frederica I said that.
but what? Okay, if I was able to, I'm gonna say to myself, kind of like in a hushed tone, if I was able to butter up Suggestion, I think I can butter her up too. I got this. I got this. I got this. I'm gonna walk her. Francesca, quite frankly, I do think you're necessary. You're the only reason that I was able to survive through getting absolutely rammed in by those giant fiends.
Perhaps
the
don't
Bloodlands.
use the phrase rammed in.
I couldn't think of any other phrase that would be more fitting, quite frankly. All of the other ones were worse. But
I mean, they were ramming, you know. They were charging.
they
like-
were literally charging. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say pushed in or like all of the other options were worse.
Run
Just
through.
kidding. Run through.
God,
Take him from the back. Okay, but
Shut the fuck up.
the point is, I think you sitting on the sidelines is unconscionable. You, I don't know what you did, but I don't think that was without your help the reason that I lived. So, would you mind coming? If we do run into anything, I will make sure we don't pass away, I suppose.
First
you
of
being
all,
there would just
let
make
me
it so
tell you
much easier.
something. If you do pass, I am bringing you back and killing you again myself. But second of all, everybody around
Okay.
here is telling me to not follow orders and make my own decisions. And then when I make my own decision, everybody is all, oh, come with us, Francesca, we need you. What happens to that, huh? And she'll just sigh and just start following everybody else.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, as we're both walking with everyone else, I don't get the whole like this whole mumbo jumbo of don't follow orders but follow orders. It doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't know why we're just not asking
Yes,
each other
try
for
coming
help.
out of a
Like,
hole in the ground and being told all these things.
yeah, I can imagine. Like, honestly, politics have never been my thing, but I can imagine literally being dug out of the floor and then being like, politics, politics, politics.
Yeah, and as
As
we
you go.
pass through this bramble, I'm just gonna be like,
Yeah.
I miss my bees.
I miss my bees. They fucking droned on less than these people.
Yes, for real.
So,
But I appreciate you coming.
as you
Thank
guys
you.
said, Persephone is a bit ahead, such that her and Suggestion are to the point so far ahead that you can still see them, but they appear to be walking slower than you. And as you cross the threshold and begin to catch up, suddenly it's almost like a band just snapping back into its original form, and the time kind of you rejoin their timeline, their time frame rather. You don't know what direction exactly they are, Frederica, Melody, and Bishop are now, but now we have you guys heading in and them heading in some other direction. And in the stillness and the thick, muggy heat of this forest, both groups, you hear something on, as if on the wind, though the air does not move. A humming, sort of like the sing-song tune of a nursery rhyme. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
Nice. I love that. Exactly what I put in the chat is what's happening.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dun, dun,
Dun,
dun,
dun,
dun,
dun,
dun, dun,
dun,
dun.
dun, dun,
Just walking. Dun, dun, dun,
dun.
dun, dun.
You know, I was just thinking